When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse.
Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good, seriously. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800,
Take it.
and really, still I'm get fine.
To keep it. Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Did you hear?
1 minute.
Stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-969-0686 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-969-0686. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-969-86 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-969-0686.
Hey, shh. Calm down. The show is about to start. Reese on the radio. Turn it up. Turn it up low. Turn it up loud.
It's like a dream come true.
Turn on your radio. Reese is on the radio.
Yo, let's get it.
Due to the nature of this program, discretion does not exist. It's Reese on the radio. Right now on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Yeah! How we doing out there? And welcome to your Thursday evening. Getting ready to go home? Just wrapping up the office? That's fine. Hang out with Reese on the radio on WTIC News Talk 1080. Plenty of news and plenty of views to get into. I want to send a big shout out to Carl Higbee over at Newsmax. And, of course, his publicist, Allison. The reason why I'm giving him a shout-out is because on tomorrow's program at 3:30, Carl Higbee will be joining the program to talk about anything and everything. He's one of the only national news guys who are covering the DQuad scandal here in Connecticut. So he'll join that. We'll talk about everything else that's happening in Connecticut that isn't being talked about, with particular the sanctuary status of Connecticut and a whole lot more. Of course, Higbee is he's native to the Greenwich area. So we'll talk to him about so much stuff going on. Of course, the stuff that he has covered with regards to Connecticut and getting them nationwide coverage. A lot of responses yesterday to the interview with Sean Paul Reyes. I want to thank you folks for keeping that dialogue open. It was something interesting that happened yesterday. I'm sitting waiting for my wife to finish all of her conversations. She's conversing with all of her friends and all this other stuff. She's got other business going on. Waiting for her to sit down so that we can watch Jesse Waters, which we DVR. You know, we got other stuff to do, but at night, you know, we rounded up with the 5, maybe watch Jesse Waters, just as entertainment, because we don't watch anything else on TV, but we like both of those shows. And last night we're watching, and I don't believe anything is a coincidence. For those of you who do watch Jesse Waters, what did you see yesterday? You saw Jesse Waters' employee, known as Johnny, do one of those knock-on-the-door interviews. Of course, no one was home, but as it relates, this story is about the Cincinnati folks who got beaten up by a mob of black folks at 3 a.m. in the morning. And one of the local politicians said online that they were begging for that beating. And Jesse Waters sent Johnny out to that politician's front door to knock on the door to go talk to her about her comments online. Very similar. Again, and no one batted an eye. I didn't hear anybody online going, "Hey, Jesse Waters, what are you doing?" It's the same thing. I know that, look, the argument about Sean Paul Reyes is primarily about whether or not he is either qualified, has the qualifications, or overall, if he is a legitimate journalist. And I don't get it. I just don't get it. Because we all know, and you can't tell me that you don't know this. The news media has failed you. The legacy news has failed you. There's a report out today, in fact, it was out a couple of weeks ago, that said that overall news media has diminished, has disappeared in Connecticut. I mean, we're talking nowhere to be seen. The numbers are so low as far as local coverage is concerned. You're asking, so why aren't they covering this? Why aren't they covering that? They don't have any reporters. They have no one covering anything. And the little they do have, those folks are just trying to keep their jobs. They're not even interested in breaking news anymore. They just want to go in, punch their clock, and go home. Pay their bills. The Woodward and Bernstein era is gone from journalism. And nowadays, we got people winning Pulitzer Prizes for fake stories. Russia, 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 anybody? That's where we are. But that being said, you know, I just love the fact that people are having a conversation about it and they're expressing what they think, and that's great. That wasn't what my opening monologue was about anyway. I just wanted to get that out there. What my opening monologue is about is this. How many times have you heard the term living in the Matrix after the Matrix movies came out? Yeah, man, that's just the Matrix. That's just, yeah, we're finally waking up from the Matrix. I used to laugh at that. I used to laugh at it all the time when someone said it. But I got to be honest, folks. We have been living in the Matrix. We've been living in an alternate reality made for us by powers that be, primarily in the news media and our elected officials. Donald Trump is asking for another census. He's asking the Commerce Department to do another census. Let's count the people in the country. Let's get a real number. And we are no longer going to count illegals. And that would be fantastic. And of course, people on the left, Democrats, the media, have lost their minds behind it. And you have to ask yourself, why? Why would anyone be outraged at getting the true number of American citizens in the country? What's the pushback? No one can tell you. People are saying that they're outraged. But what is the problem in knowing that? The people who are outraged are revealing themselves because they know everyone has been living a lie. Perhaps your district isn't as liberal as you thought it was. Perhaps the whole purpose of fighting to the point where people are getting arrested, your public officials are getting arrested, staging stupid stunts like fighting with ICE, creating apps to inform you where ICE is coming and going, that all of it is not about just slave labor. That Donald Trump is going to make them reveal themselves. He is going to make them expose themselves through their outrage. They're going to get their constituents, all leftists, all liberals, to start fighting for the dumbest thing ever. And that is for representation that is bolstered and enhanced by people who do not have the right to vote. And you want to know what else it will expose? Real simple. Demographic change. The replacement theory. That's what all of this is about. It's getting Democrats to walk right into the trap, to finally expose the thing that they have been telling us was fake and phony all along. That's not what we're trying to do. All the while telling us that we're going to turn Texas blue. How are they intending to do it? Migration. It's always about those things. How about Bob Duff? Bob Duff trying to get low-income housing in conservative regions. What's that about? Why is he going after certain neighborhoods and certain necks of the wood that are fighting tooth and nail to keep these low-income apartments out of their community? If it's not about demographic change. Why is it that, Governor Lamont, who says that it's wrong for Donald Trump to call the state of Connecticut a sanctuary state, but then says this out loud for everyone to hear?
Here's what we do, Zerlina.
Darn it.
We don't ask people's immigration status when they're going to school, when they're going to worship, when they're going to the...
Here he is.
Here's what we do, Zerlina. We don't ask people's immigration status when they're going to school, when they're going to worship, when they're going to the courthouse, when they're going to the hospital. We make sure that we don't know their immigration status so that nobody can come to us and say, turn this person over. You know, that's not our job. We're doing everything we can to keep our people safe, getting criminals off the street, and protecting the rest of our population.
Protecting the rest of our population. We don't tell anybody, we don't ask anybody what their immigration status is. So when we're asked, we have what's called plausible deniability. What benefit is it to you that Governor Lamont or anyone else in this state isn't asking what the legal status of its citizens. You heard that, right? He calls them our people. What purpose is it to protect them if it's not to ensure that they stay in power so that they never give up the power that they have to conservatives or Republicans? I spoke to a group yesterday that has verifiable evidence that there's some cheating going on here. Remember I talked about that here on this program? That something doesn't make sense, the numbers don't add up, that there's an overwhelming number of Democrats in regions that don't make sense. The so-called political shift was almost immediate, election after election, and damn, don't let me get started in Bridgeport. We all know. You know how many times we were told never to mention a thing? You know how many times I got told by people in the news media? Hell, I'll name names. Matt Caron, Fox 61. Do you remember? He went down there to Bridgeport, and the police kept him from going up to the mayor's office. The police sat downstairs at the bottom of the escalator and told him, don't go up, or they will arrest him. Remember that? Do you remember what I told you? He told me about that station? About how everybody else ignored the story and why? Do you remember? It's Bridgeport. It might as well be New York. Truth be told, they didn't want to report it. No one does. Because then it would only prompt other people to ask questions. If it's happening in Bridgeport, what's happening in New Haven? Anyone bother to ask Justin Elicker why he's so, we're talking over the top supportive of illegals in his city. I thought the man was just crazy for naming a street after some young black boy who was running over police officers with his vehicle. I thought the man was out of his mind. But he's not. He's pandering. And so is Lamont. And so is Bob Duff. Oh, hell, there's some Republicans in there, too. You know they are. Trying to get some of them to get a spine, too. Nothing against them. I know that they think it's an uphill battle, but they have to start asking the questions. Screw the media. They're not listening to your press releases anyway. They're ignoring them. I know. They've told me. They don't give two damns about your press releases, folks. They don't give two damns about what Republicans are trying to fight this week or that week. I did a breakdown of all of the news media in Connecticut. Hell, they're all left-leaning. They have no interest in conservative values. You have no voice here when it comes to the media, so screw them. They've created a matrix, and a lot of people are stuck in the matrix. A lot of people in the state are. Oh, and they can be mad about it. They can think it's a slight. They can think I'm trying to insult them. But again, I'd like to ask them a question. If you're upset about Donald Trump wanting to do a census across the entire country that isn't counting illegals, what exactly are you afraid of? What exactly are you concerned with? Is it something as silly as, well, they're not considering them to be Americans? I'd love to know. I'd love them to tell me what the big deal is. I'd like a true count. I'd like the census to come back and tell me that there are only 320 million Americans instead of the proposed 350, so that we can get a true number and so that everyone can see it. Americans in the United States, 320. Democrats count 350. I'd like everybody to see that number. I want everyone to see that number and be, I want to watch them clutch the pearls. I want to watch every one of them unplug from the matrix, right out the back of their heads and go, this isn't steak. This is gruel. This isn't tapioca pudding. This is grits. I want them exposed. And I want everybody else to wake up. Like I said in the beginning, I thought that living in the Matrix was a joke. But it's real. It's real, folks. It's real. Get on board. Wake up. Unplug. It isn't what it seems. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more news, more views, more revelations. Why is Avelo Airlines taking crap from these politicians in this state? We'll talk about that as well. And your phone calls at 860-522-WTIC. 860-522-9842. It's Reese on the Radio on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Get a head start to your day with WTIC News Talk 1080. Listen to us live on the Odyssey app before you even hit the road. Get the breakdown on the biggest news stories that Connecticut is talking about. To get started, download the Odyssey app and search for WTIC News Talk 1080.
Attention Southern New England HVAC and mechanical contractors. Eagle Rivet is your trusted roofing partner for professional roof penetrations and flashing. We ensure your customers' roofs remain watertight during installations, protecting their warranties. We also offer complimentary roof inspections to identify potential issues before any HVAC work begins. Call Eagle Rivet today at 8.
Matt Karen, Matthew.
EagleRivet.com. That's EagleRivet.com. Eagle Rivet is proud to support Rebuilding Together Hartford.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
And now, a WTIC news update.
2:30 Hartford, temperature 81 degrees. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News. It's a mostly sunny afternoon. We've cleared out a lot of that Canadian wildfire smoke. The humidity's down, too. Bob Cox has the forecast details coming up. Police, fire, and the Coast Guard continue the search for a missing child in the Housatonic River in Stratford. The 6-year-old fell from Birdseye Dock on Wednesday. Police say a United Illuminating employee efforted a rescue but was unsuccessful. Searchers have been battling murky water conditions and strong currents in what is now a recovery operation. 2 people are in the hospital after they were shot overnight in Hartford. Call came in just before 4 a.m. Park Street near the Key Food Supermarket. Man is in critical condition. A woman stable from gunshot wounds. Man is dead after he was struck in New Haven by a vehicle last night on Foxen Boulevard. Jamie Melendez-Martinez was hit by a car. The driver left the scene, police say, but later showed up at headquarters to report the accident. State of Connecticut and the Donetsk Oblast in eastern Ukraine entering into a sister state agreement to foster bilateral cooperation, partnership, and a collaboration on social, cultural, and economic exchanges. Governor Lamont and his counterpart held a news conference today. And the FBI is forcing out more senior officials, including a former acting director who resisted Trump administration demands to turn over names of agents who participated in January 6th Capitol riot investigations and the head of the Bureau's D.C. field office. WTIC News time is 2:32. Bob Cox with the forecast.
During this afternoon, mostly sunny conditions with highs in the low 80s. Still a little bit of smoke in the air. That'll continue to thin out over the next couple of days. There's a slight risk for a pop-up shower in a few of the northwest hills this afternoon, but the majority of Connecticut remains dry today. Clear to partly cloudy tonight, lows in the upper 50s and low 60s. Mostly sunny Friday, highs in the low to mid 80s. Comfortable humidity, though, dew points down in the 50s. And the weekend looks mostly sunny and warm, highs in the mid 80s Saturday up to about 90 or so on Sunday. Monday and Tuesday with mostly sunny and hot, with highs at least into the low 90s. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
Dow down 337 points. NASDAQ's down 54. And the S&P is off 29. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Have bad teeth that need to be replaced? Don't like removable dentures? Worry no more. Come on down to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester any day of the week and ask for the all-on-4 procedure. Call us at 860-643-1898.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Brian Jackman here for QC Kinetics. Listen, let me ask you a question. When was the last time you hopped out of bed without any knee or back pain screaming at you, or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning? Well, if it's in the back of your mind, bring it to the front of it and give QC Kinetics a call. It's time to call them and schedule a free consultation with these medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics and their regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. These are natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills, just long-term relief with no dreaded recovery. You bring your x-rays, bring your MRIs to QC Kinetics for that free, no-pressure chat, and they'll give you that evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Worst case, you learn something. Best case, you get your life back. Grab the phone right now. Give them a call. 860-440-PAIN. And chances are they're close to you, too. They're in Avon. They're in New Haven. They're in Glastonbury. That phone number, one more time, to get that free consultation with QC Kinetics at 860-440-PAIN.
Hi, I'm Joe with SimpleSaleUSA.com, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 203-896-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and more importantly, anywhere in Connecticut. I'm a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying junk houses. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and even foreclosure houses. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at 203-896-4000. That's 203-896-4000. 203-896-4000.
There can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Fan of WTIC? Then do us a favor. Download the free Odyssey app and favorite WTIC.
Yeah, we're back. Reese on the Radio, NewsTalk 1080, WTIC. Also, don't forget, tomorrow, 3:30, we're going to have Carl Higbee of Newsmax on the show. We'll talk to him about everything going on in Connecticut, on the national stage, stuff like that. And really, really excited to talk to him because I like the folks over at Newsmax, the fastest growing cable news outfit out there today. And I know you guys are a lot of you are fans of that. We've got Negro Nonsense today, and it's sad news in Negro Nonsense today. Also, Avelo Airlines is taking a lot of harassment lying down. I want to talk about that in the next hour as well after headlines and the stupidest thing I read today. This story is a problem for me because there isn't enough exposure on it in the right places. And there's an apprehension on the part of certain individuals to talk about how scandalous this issue is. And if you haven't heard about it, this is the federal probe into Senator Douglas McCrory and his alleged girlfriend, his alleged live-in girlfriend. I mean, that's according to the reports here. They allegedly share a home together. And there is money that McCrory is facilitating to go to organizations through his alleged girlfriend. And they're going to subpoena records, or they have subpoenaed records, from them, not just public records, financial records, but also personal records. According to the Connecticut Mirror, Senator Douglas McCrory's entanglement with a web of nonprofits, corporations, and foundations that received and spent millions of dollars in state funding since 2020, as well as his relationship with a woman who runs several of the entities that received money. They said grand jury subpoena seeking emails, financial records, and other information were issued less than a week ago to the State Department of Economic and Community Development and the state's Minority Business Initiative Advisory Council, which is focused on assisting minority-owned businesses in the state. By the way, how many are here? How many minority-owned businesses are here? The grand jury also subpoenaed all documents concerning any personal or non-professional relationship between Douglas McCrory and Sansere Cicero Hamlin, who is the director of several organizations named in the subpoena. McCrory of Hartford represents the 2nd District and Connecticut in the Connecticut Senate. The state released the subpoenas Wednesday in response to a Freedom of Information Act. Somebody leaked it. One of the nonprofits Cicero Hamlin controls is Sheba Resource Center, received at least $400,000 in state grants, according to state records. Here are some other organizations that they are wishing subpoenas for. Blue Hill Civic Association, Girls for Technology, Upper Albany Neighborhood Collaborative, Inc., Society of Human Engagement and Business Alignment, LLC, Sheba LLC, Sheba Resource Incorporated, Sheba Consulting LLC, the Prosperity Foundation, the Legacy Foundation of Hartford, Headco Incorporated, and the YMCA of Greater Hartford, and KTH Advisors LLC. They want them all. And they're concerned about the mismanagement of millions that is supposed to go to helping people in an impoverished community. And no one's talking about this? Why? Because they're afraid. They're scared to talk about this. Now, I'm going to say this, and I really think that people in the media should take interest in this, or at least consider it. The black community don't care whether or not you report on these organizations or not. They don't care if you're critical of what these folks are doing. They didn't see any of the money anyway. And guess what? Truth be told, ask around. Most of the black people in Connecticut already think these organizations are crooks anyway. They do. They know the jig is up. Do you remember the whole Black Lives Matter debacle? You know, everybody who was duped by that? Huh? The $90 million later? The 4, 5, 6, 7 homes? Money going to brothers? Other lovers and friends? Remember all of that? The money went to no black groups, no black communities. These folks, they're not going to be surprised. No one's going to scream racism for you covering these stories. These folks have been literally pulling at heartstrings of folks in Connecticut for the longest. Help us, we're poor. Help us, we're disenfranchised. Help us, we're black. And you folks fell for it. You fell for it. And I've got nothing against you being compassionate. That's all well and good. But you can't be reckless with people's money. You cannot be reckless with taxpayers' money. You just can't. Not when you have a growing crisis in your state when it comes to affordability. Not when you know that people can't afford that same community that you are throwing millions of dollars at through these ridiculous organizations that do nothing to help them so you can pat yourself on the back and feel good. All this money that you're wasting is doing nothing to truly benefit those individuals you care so much about. You think this works by giving it to these folks who stand around and going, I'll help them, just give me the money. That's not how it works. And once you folks get past this idea, I should say, past this idea that there is a so-called black community that we all run our ideas through, that we have so-called black leaders, there are none. There never that idea that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. ushered in a new wave of civil rights, they're not. After Jesse Jackson and the whole smearing blood on his shirt debacle, which has, by the way, been confirmed by plenty of people who were there. After that debacle of wiping Dr. Martin Luther King's blood on himself, the grift began. All of these guys are running. And I know, look, and I don't care that those folks are listening. Every one of them. Yes, I'm talking to you, pastor, reverend, archbishop, divine leader, whoever you are, 5%er, Fruit of Islam leader, whoever it is that you are, Black Lives Matter, Urban League, Brother, Stand Tall group, I don't care. You know I'm telling the truth. You've been lining your pockets for decades. Decades. Generations even. You don't do anything but hold a barbecue here and there. Maybe a block party. You haven't improved anybody's lives, and you won't. And everybody who's been giving them this money needs to recognize that if it's not going directly to those individuals, they're never going to see them. Keep thinking that black folks or brown folks or Asian folks or anybody else is represented by some group, be it La Raza, that's who the people are who represent them. That if you give them the money, they'll start dishing it out. That's never how it works. It's never been about that. You give those folks the money, and then those folks run around and grab folks so they can vote for you. That's all it is. It's a slush fund. We know it. You know it. I know it. So nobody's going to care, those of you in the news media who cover these stories or cover this story. This money was fleeced. This money was laundered. This money was probably more than likely given to a bunch of cronies and friends. And that's what we're going to find out. We're going to see resignations. We're going to see people, lawyering up. And when it starts to look really, really bad, some individuals in the news media will act like it didn't happen. Think I'm kidding? Do yourself a favor right now. If you've got Twitter, if you've got X right now, go on there and type in this sentence. What stories are not being covered in the mainstream media in Connecticut? And guess what? This story appears. That's what I did. This story appears. Because I just wanted to test it. Because Grok and all the other search engines, the AI search engines, they pay attention to online chatter versus what's going on in the mainstream media. And I said, which stories are being ignored? This story's up there. Being ignored by the mainstream media. They don't tell you why it's being ignored. They just say, everybody else is talking about it online, but the mainstream media is not jumping on it. Why? Because it embarrasses what they consider the most vulnerable. It embarrasses the people who are never to be scrutinized. The people who, in another 5 years, politicians will be funneling money towards. It also says in this Connecticut Mirror article that Dickie Blumenthal and Christoph Murphy, want to know how much money they approved for this same lady? Hold on, let's get to that page, because it's a nice chunk. The Connecticut Mirror found that Cicero Hamlin also convinced 2 U.S. senators, Democrats Dick Blumenthal and Christoph Murphy, to sign off on requests for $3.5 million in federal earmarks. And those numbers, that money has not been delivered. Probably because somebody got wise to the grift. Donald says, corruption is also active in the suburbs. I'm yet to hear you expose those towns. Well, Donald, you don't listen to this show because what you just said is a blatant lie. Okay, I'll be nicer. It was disingenuous. That's a fancy word for lie. You know damn well I expose corruption on this show. You're the partisan hack here. You just don't like anybody to talk about anything black because you're America's black savior. Self-appointed, I might add. Put an H on your chest and handle it. If you were truly standing up for black folks, you'd be standing up for the black folks that also got grifted in this deal. They were grifted too. Representatives went to the legislature and got millions of dollars on the behalf of the black folks you claim to be representing, and they got none of it. And people line their pockets. And you're sitting here making excuses for those who allegedly stole that money, which shows that you're a part of the problem. You would sooner stand there and defend the crooks than stand up for those who got nothing. That's what I'm doing. But that's how short-sighted most of you activists are. You're just in it for the grift. We'll take a break. We'll come back. More news, more views, and your phone calls when we return. It's Reese on the Radio on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Hi, Joel Johnson here with Johnson Brunetti. Taxes don't pay a nickel more than you're supposed to, especially getting close to retirement or in retirement. Call or text the word taxes to request your free copy of our Tax Explorer Guide, 1-800-705-1232. Call or text the word taxes, 1-800-705-1232. Don't pay an extra nickel in taxes.
Investment advisory services offered through JB Capital, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance products offered through JN Financial, LLC.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, VPN. But as much as you try to be in control of how your information is protected, there's lots of places that also have it. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every single second for identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock specialist is going to help solve the identity theft issues, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% off your first year with a promo code Beck at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to Audion Hearing.
30 seconds.
That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Listen to WTIC News Talk 1080 on the free Odyssey app. Download and like WTIC today for alerts on special programming.
Also, programming note, we will have more details about Project Veritas's three-part series with regards to Armstrong Williams and former Attorney General Bill Barr. I received word that they're going to release it roughly about 4 or 5 o'clock this evening before the show ends. I was hoping to get it before the show so I could at least look at it and tell you guys about it. But we're waiting on it. They did tell me it will be released about between 4 and 5 o'clock today, so we'll at least be able to talk about it near the end of the show. If that doesn't happen, we'll definitely talk about it tomorrow, and we'll get into some details, of course, with Carl Higby of Newsmax will be on the program as well tomorrow. Not taking any phone calls now because in a bit we'll get into headlines. I want to ask the question, why is Avelo Airlines taking this harassment by public officials lying down? If you haven't heard this story, everything from New York politicians who are trying to take subsidies from Avelo Airlines. We've got attacks by Justin Ellico, who's saying he's not trying to extort them to do his bidding, but they have a problem with Avelo because they are participating in flying illegals out of the country in association with the Trump administration. And everybody's going after them. You know, of course, Attorney General William Tong is going after them as well. And I can't seem to understand why Velo Airlines is taking this line down. What do I mean by that? If they've got a contract with the government, why aren't they using their contract to get the bully pulpit to push back? Now, I know that usually they don't. Look, I think that President Donald Trump, Stephen Miller even, I think that even the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, I think that they should go to that bully pulpit and express their outrage that an American business, a low-fare airline in Connecticut that's, again, helping and assisting average citizens without, considerable wages, be able to fly and visit family across the country, that they would be penalized and targeted by politicians. And I'm stunned that they haven't used their relationship with the White House to let them know, hey, we're being crucified out here. So, and I don't understand it because, look, no offense, if I had that relationship, if I was working for them and they were coming after me, the first thing I would do is be like, hey, these folks are on my back. Now, I don't know. I've looked at the numbers. It doesn't look like Avelo's really hemorrhaging travelers in any way. I think that in the last year, from 2024 to 2025, they went from 1.2 passengers, they're up to 1.5. I don't know if that's a considerable increase for them, but I just don't understand why they wouldn't push back. It doesn't make sense to me. So I'll talk a little bit about those stories, or that story as well, because there's a couple of them related to that. Also on the program today, we've got to talk about a new movie I found out about. There's another sequel coming out to a movie I don't think anybody even saw, but apparently it was a success. Greenland. I'll talk about it. As well, what was the other thing that I need to... Oh, yes, stupidest thing I read today. I've got that, and I've got a whole lot more to get in, plus your phone calls and a whole bunch of other stuff. So don't fret. I'm really, really waiting for this video to drop from Project Veritas about Bill Barr. I was really, really expecting that, in a heartbeat. Hey, Roland, I have to ask you a question about Sunday show. Are we still, by the way, am I still doing the Sunday show?
Yeah.
Okay. What do we usually do? Do we take the interviews and we just do because it's only an hour on Sunday, right? So if I do an interview, we just play both interviews during that hour? Is that what we do? Or is it done?
No. Well, sometimes it depends.
Okay.
It depends on what I hear or.
Okay. So do you splice it up into several breaks?
Yeah.
How many breaks? 4?
If it's an hour, I think it's 4.
Okay, so 4 breaks. Okay, good. That's what I'm asking. So can we possibly get Reyes and Higbee in this week's, even though I know Higbee's going to be on tomorrow. Do you think we can still get Higbee into this week? Or no?
It's already this week.
Oh, it's already put together? Okay, I knew. That was the reason why I was asking. Okay. Because that was the reason why I was trying to get Higbee faster.
This week we could do Higbee because it's only a half an hour.
I got you. Okay, good enough. That makes sense. All right, fair enough. I was just wondering if we could be able to get him into the package. But just so I know, what would be better for you, that I do the interviews earlier in the week or before Wednesday? Or what would be better? I know I'm telling inside baseball here. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I love telling people.
I like to have it by Wednesday.
By Wednesday? Okay, good. No, that helps me help you, so then I can plan, because what I like to do is if I get somebody who's going to be on, I like Monday to at least tease the person's going to be on, and then do a Tuesday or Wednesday interview, and then Thursday and Friday kind of keep it free-flowing and all that other good stuff because we got ladies' night. So that's the only reason why I asked. Okay, so I want to make sure that we do all that.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Okay, good enough. All right, so we got more news, more views. We'll talk about Avelo Airlines. We'll talk about other news that's in the thing. We got headlines coming up as well, so stick around for that. Now it's time to go to the WTIC newsroom with John Silva, and we'll be back. It's Reese on the Radio on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Get a head start to your day with WTIC News Talk 1080. Listen to us live on the Odyssey app before you even hit the road. Get the breakdown on the biggest news stories that Connecticut is talking about. To get started, download the Odyssey app and search for WTIC News Talk 1080. This is an important public service announcement for our listeners. Brian and Company is also a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Brian and Company, and hit the follow button so you can get every minute of the show your way and on your time. WTIC is celebrating 100 years on the air and 100 years of serving Connecticut. This is WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford, an Odyssey station.
3 o'clock, Hartford temperature 82 degrees. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News. Sunny skies, some leftover smoke, but nothing what we've been dealing with the last couple of days. All the forecast details coming up. Searchers continue to look for a missing child in the Housatonic River in Stratford. The 6-year-old fell from the Birdseye boat dock Wednesday. Police say a United Illuminating employee in the area efforted a rescue but was unsuccessful. The mission is now a recovery. Stratford Police Captain Jerry DePinto says the conditions are challenging.
Currents are strong, and it's murky, and it's just not it's not easy to do it, and that's why we count on the people in the area to come mutual aid.
He says police and fire crews from surrounding towns, as well as the U.S. Coast Guard, are aiding in that search. President Trump proclaiming billions of dollars will flow into the U.S. with his tariffs. New levies have taken hold today on dozens of countries. Business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
Investors seem to be taking the tariffs in stride, focusing instead on the ability for companies to continue to make money during this period of time, especially those technology companies that are spending on artificial intelligence.
More from CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
The president saying if companies commit to manufacturing in here, they could avoid that tariff. That's a really important point. It's essentially pay to play.
Secretary of the Army is commending the soldiers who subdued a gunman at Fort Stewart in Georgia Wednesday. More from correspondent Michael Wallace.
28-year-old automated logistics sergeant Cornelius Radford allegedly shot 5 soldiers at the base in Georgia. All 5 are expected to recover, thanks to the heroics of fellow soldiers like First Sergeant Joshua Arnold.
We rendered aid to those individuals, and shortly after EMS arrived and continued their jobs.
Army Secretary Dan Driscoll says other unarmed soldiers tackled and subdued Radford.
The fast action of these soldiers under stress and under trauma and under fire absolutely saved lives.
Michael Wallace, CBS News for WTIC News Talk 1080.
2 people being treated after they were shot early this morning in Hartford just before 4. Officers were dispatched to the area of 1200 Park Street near the Key Food supermarket on a report of a shooting. When they arrived, police found a male in his 40s suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. He's now in the hospital in critical condition. A female in her 30s also hospitalized with a gunshot wound in stable condition. Detectives are still working on a motive and continue the search for suspects. Governor Lamont has signed a measure aimed at holding gun dealers responsible should the weapons they sell fall into the wrong hands, causing injury or death. The bill was passed this session in the General Assembly. Among other things, it calls for a ban on sales to straw purchasers and those prohibited from owning guns. Also enables victims to bring civil actions if the dealer fails to implement reasonable safeguards. Earl Bloodworth is the executive director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence.
This bill strengthens our laws, closes dangerous loopholes, and reflects Connecticut's commitment to saving lives. It's proof that bold, common-sense gun policy is not only possible, it's happening.
Opponents say, though, the law is unfair. Say the law is unfair and holds gun makers and sellers responsible for the actions of those who purchase their products. Kremlin says President Trump and his Russian counterpart could soon meet.
U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff also met with Russian President Vladimir Putin yesterday, a lead-up to a possible Trump summit with Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to talk about ending the Ukraine-Russia war.
There's a very good prospect that they will, and we haven't determined where, but we had some very good talks with President Putin today.
It's unclear how soon a possible meeting could be held.
It's CBS's Wendy Gillette, WTIC News Time, 3:05. From the WTIC 24-hour traffic network, The only issue out here is in Newtown right now. Two-vehicle crash eastbound side of Interstate 84 between exits 9 and 10 with the left lane closed. Matt Benz now has the forecast.
Plenty of sunshine here for the rest of today, but still on the hazy side due to Canadian wildfire smoke overhead. Our high today up to 84. And more of the same here over the coming days. Tonight, clear skies, a low of 57. High pressure will remain in command of our weather pattern for tomorrow and through the start of the weekend. That means dry conditions and mild conditions as well. Mostly sunny for tomorrow. Low humidity, high of 84. Tomorrow night, mainly clear, low of 58. Saturday, plenty of sunshine, high again of 84 degrees. Still not all that humid, but as we head into Sunday and beyond, we could be staring down our next heat wave of the season with a string of 90-degree days possible. Look for a mixture of sun and clouds for Sunday with a high of 93. Even hotter as we head into early next week. Temperatures could be near record-breaking at times. Look for a high of 96 degrees on Monday with plenty of sunshine. The current record high on Monday is 98 degrees, set back in 1949. And temperatures reaching 96 again as we head into Tuesday. This is meteorologist Matt Benz in the WTIC Weather Center.
All right, 81 right now in Hartford. Markets have been down this afternoon on Wall Street. Dow's off 301 points. NASDAQ's down 14. S&P down 21. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or two half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Low testosterone affects many men today, even men.
1 minute.
But finding someone you can trust
Thank you,
for
sir.
quality low T treatment isn't so easy. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promedic restorative health practice. And that's why I'm pleased to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health right here in Warwick. As a Promedic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health has the experience and expertise to get you the right treatment for your particular medical situation. At Northeast Men's Health, we're experts in treating low testosterone. In fact, we've successfully treated thousands of men for low T and have seen the amazing impacts low T treatments have. If you're like most men, you'll sleep better, have more energy and improve mental clarity, get better gains in the gym, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 800-930-5956. That's 800-930-5956. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
Reese on the radio, making sense of the news. Yeah, even when it makes no sense at all. Now on WTIC, News Talk 1080.
Yeah, baby, we are back. It's Reese on the radio. I got to address something that somebody says in the chat room, and this is the part that I never ever seem to understand with some people. But it's not that I don't think anybody in the world is stupid. I never ever call anybody stupid. I don't think that I know naive is one. That much I know. I know some people are naive, and I want to address that naive statement in a second. But I got to do headlines first. President Trump, of course, is directing the Department of Commerce for a new census. Of course, I mentioned that in the opening monologue. Democrats, of course, say that they are shocked at it, and I don't know what exactly they're going to be upset about, but if the census comes out, as Matt in the chat room says, Matteo says, I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that we only have a population of 300 million Americans and the other 50 million are illegals. We may turn out to be, made out to be the case. Also in the news, the Place to Be restaurant. They're going through some financial issues, even though the owners received close to $500,000 in grant money from the Hartford Chamber of Commerce. Do you guys hear about this? It turns out that several of these place-to-be locations are being shut down. Here's WFSB talking about it yesterday.
Emily Begin is walking around Blueback Square with baby Grayson in the stroller. She's looking for lunch. Lights are off at the place to be.
I'm not surprised. I've heard that the chain itself has had issues in the past, so seeing that they're shut down didn't shock me at all.
The phone usually eats first at this popular spot. Stunning meals and drinks ending up on TikTok. It's a Gen Z foodie's dream. No breakfast today, no bottomless mimosas this weekend. The Department of Revenue Services won't get into specifics, but a sales tax permit or seller's permit can be suspended or revoked for several reasons, usually by failing to comply with tax laws and regulations. Issues with the place-to-be locations have been going on for over a year. According to court documents, there have been claims of thousands of dollars in unpaid rent at multiple locations.
Which is really driving people online crazy because, of course, we're talking about $500,000 in grant money, therefore dispelling that nonsense that I don't talk about other folks that are ripping off the city and ripping off taxpayers with grant money. So there, in your face. $500,000. Also, Army Sergeant Cornelius Radford, the alleged shooter in the Fort Stewart incident that took place yesterday, is said to have sent a cryptic message to his aunt saying that he'd, quote, be in a better place soon before firing on his fellow soldiers at his job. His father has suggested that his son sought a transfer from Fort Stewart due to racism, an allegation that has not been confirmed. I knew it as soon as I heard the story. As soon as I heard his name was Cornelius, I said, yes, somebody's going to attribute this to racism. Of course, obvious. And that's where we are. Shooting your coworkers and writing a text message to your aunt saying you'd soon be in a better place. I talked to my wife about this. She says that there's something really, really deep embedded in this. She believes it may have been relationship-wise that he was depressed about. We also found out that Cornelius apparently was able to get a DUI DUI, and that DUI was kept from his commanding officers. That was revealed after the fact. All right, and let's get to our stupidest thing of the day.
Yes, you do. Stupid as can be. This could very well be the stupidest person on the face of the earth.
Stupidest thing I read today, a Chinese man was recently scammed by his local gym into spending more than $121,000 for a gym membership for 300 years. I've been a part of like Planet Fitness. I did that for a little while, but I don't know how you get someone to spend he is committed $121,000 in a gym membership that spans 300 years. They were launching a special offer for loyal members only, selling them a cheap long-term membership that would then resell to new members for double the price. It happens often, according to Chinese reports. And somebody can convince you to do a 300-year contract with a gym. I don't know. That's the reason why I started buying like weights and all that stuff for my house, because I couldn't convince myself to go down to the gym. I know people who do, I guess because they want to be seen. But I'm a home gym kind of guy. Do you do the home gym thing? I have a feeling you go to the gym, Roland. Didn't you say that once?
Say what?
Do you go to the gym, or do you have a home gym?
No, I'm in the gym 5 to 6 days a week.
You go to the gym a lot.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what kind of gym it is? Is it co-ed or just guys, or is it like?
No. It's like I was at LA Fitness for years, for like
I do remember you saying that
for like a decade, and then just found a gym that was closer to my house because I just got tired. It was like 20 minutes away. I know that's not far, but
20 minutes is a way to go to a gym.
But if that's what make me I'll come home sometimes and just be like, you know what, I don't feel like driving 20 minutes.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Then I wouldn't go. So I found one that opened up right around the corner, and I've been going to that.
Okay. Is it an independent one, not like a big name?
Yeah, It's
You don't have to tell the name. I just want to know if it's an independent versus like, the like Golds or.
Yeah, well, it's the first one in Connecticut. I think they have a bunch of them in Florida.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's interesting. What do you, if you don't mind me asking, what's your routine? Treadmill, weights, like what you do?
I don't do a lot of cardio anymore. I used to do that, but now, I'm in my 40s, so I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried about running, but I do a lot of I do more reps than weight. I did my heavy weights when I played ball and all of that. So now I just do for shredding. I just do a lot of reps.
Well, let me ask you this, because I know your hobby, well, it's almost a profession to you, is bowling. Do you do a lot of weightlifting for that sport?
Correct.
You do? Okay. I had a feeling that the two were coordinated in some way. Okay.
Yeah, you have to do full body though. So
yeah.
I do, all the full body exercises, and then I do a lot of focusing on making sure I can bowl like 15 games in a day.
Oh.
And without getting like super tired or
15 games in a day?
Yeah.
But don't say it like that. Most people can play 2 or 3 and then they're ready to go home. 15 games in a day. How many
Yeah, because it's 3 game sets. So
it's only 3 games.
And if you bowl in like 4 or 5, it may be like 4, 3 is either 3, 4, or 5 squads a day.
Okay.
So if you bowl in 5 squads at 3 game sets, then
hell no.
That's 15 games.
Nah, that's a lot. That is a lot. But you know what? You gotta love it. If you love it, then that makes sense.
Yeah, you gotta get that money, man. And then I just like it's not to be honest. It's really not about the winning the money.
Okay.
It's about being able to compete. And when you play basketball your whole life, and now you don't have anything else to compete in, it becomes a little difficult, and you kind of get a little depressed. So it's something to look forward to. You makes you go back in the gym and work hard, and then say, hey, okay, I'm gonna work hard all week because I want to be great on the weekend. So
gotcha.
And that's kind of the mindset.
All right. Well, I totally get it, and the commitment is so totally commendable. On the other hand, I have all my gym stuff here. In fact, I'm about to build another gym. Yeah, I got it. I just have to do it at home because I need it to be as close as possible. If I'm going to work out, I need to take like 2, maybe 3 steps to go get to the weights. I'm not doing 20-minute drives.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I started at home once I gained a lot of weight, and I was like, I was like 240 pounds, which I could not believe.
I'm there now.
Then I started working out at home because you're kind of ashamed. You don't want to go to the
I don't want anybody to see the rolls.
All your fat. So once I got down to like 220, then I started going back to the gym.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now I'm at like 208. So
that makes sense. I can totally appreciate that. But I'm not doing another membership ever in my lifetime. Ever again. Ever.
It's not terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I just, you know what it is? I just don't want to.
If you don't go, you waste. I think they, and this is not just with gym. This is with any monthly.
Yeah.
Outside of your regular bill thing.
Yeah.
I think they hope people don't show up because
I know
they just want you to forget about it and just let the monthly bill just keep hitting.
Yeah, just keep.
That's how they make.
I'm not gonna lie. At one particular time, 6 months, they just kept taking that $10 every month, and I wasn't going until finally I said, "Screw it."
It's like nothing,
Yeah.
It's like okay, it's just $10 a month. That's nothing.
Yeah.
But when you combine that by 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people, then now you got a nice little monthly income.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. I want to give a shout out to somebody that I care very much for because what she's doing is necessary. Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't necessary. And she, of course, is our good friend. She's been here on the show. She is everywhere. If you follow her online, if you don't, please look her up. It is none other than Karen Thomas of Friendly Hands Food Bank. I just want to acknowledge her husband, Ken. I love them. They are family to me. My wife loves them. And what they're doing is, of course, at Friendly Hands Food Bank, what they do is feeding the hungry in Connecticut, and they are affiliated with anyone and everyone everywhere and getting those organizations food. So if there's like a truck coming in that needs to, offload some of the food that they have, Karen coordinates and she does logistics to get other food banks food. And she is a powerhouse in this. She has dedicated her life to that and to other things, but she's a godsend. I love her. I love her family and everything that they do. But this may be a little bit of friendly fire, but it's not on. I swear, Karen, this is not on you. But I understand that on Tuesday, Governor Lamont was at the new facility. That Governor Lamont went down there to look over the new facility as it's being built in Torrington. And I gotta say this, Governor, with all due respect, you can't show up there raving about a larger food bank. You can't show up. It would be like showing up raving about a bigger shelter for the homeless. These things are happening under your leadership, sir. Karen Thomas and the Friendly Hand Food Bank had to get a bigger facility because they serve over 11,000 families. Okay? The need has grown. Every year I talk to Karen, the number of people that need in Connecticut is growing. You can't show up there and flex, my man. You can't. This is what the kids call not a flex. Calling her a godsend is acknowledging that you are not one, sir. The fact that you would show up there, again, I know is to support Karen, and I appreciate anybody who's going to support Karen in her efforts. What she's doing, again, as I said, is a good thing. There are people who are in need and they can't afford food, and the endowment that they got to expand is a good thing and a bad thing. It's a thing that doesn't need to happen or shouldn't happen, but needed to happen because the need is growing. But it's not something you should show up and flex. The fact that you put on a hard hat and showed up there, it's not a sign of leadership. It's a sign of failure. What you're supposed to show up to as a governor, and it's real simple, what you're supposed to show up for is a new business opening up in Connecticut. A new company coming in that's hiring more and more people from low-income backgrounds. Those are the things. You have to be there showing investment into the state that's actually going to help the people that Karen is helping. Does that not make sense to the people here? And I'm looking at this article, and sure, everybody is doing the usual stenographer stuff, taking quotes. The governor said this, Food Share said that. But there's no question. There are no questions to the governor. Governor Lamont, are you concerned that Karen Thomas and a Friendly Hand Food Bank had to grow and move their facility from a home into a warehouse because more and more people are starving? Does that concern you? And what are your plans to alleviate that? What are you doing to put Karen and the Friendly Hands Food Bank out of business? And Karen knows exactly what I'm talking about. What are you doing to put her out of business? What are you doing to ensure that Karen doesn't have to be in a warehouse serving over 11,000 families? What are you doing? Not one person bothered to ask. So I appreciate, again, showing your support, making sure that Karen has the funds to do this, giving her the grant. I know what she's going to do with it. I know how passionate she is about this. She is anywhere and everywhere. This is one of the hardest working people in the state. Everybody here knows it. Everybody here knows it. This woman has put this on her back and she has carried it. She has fought long and hard, and she refuses to give up. That's why we love her here. That's why whatever that woman asks for, I am on it. But, dude, this is not a flex. The only person who should have been there getting any kudos is Karen Thomas, not you. You deserve no shine for this. You have to be called. You have to be called out for it. Karen exists because of your failure. Sorry, buddy. That's just the way it is. The fact that people can't afford to live in the state, the fact that people can't afford to eat in this state, that is on you. And you're going to be running for re-election. And if I'm the guy running against you, I am going to point out that you showed up at a food bank celebrating the fact that people can't eat. Patting yourself on the back. That's what I would do. And I would be talking about that every single day. That the governor, the current governor, the sitting governor is running around applauding himself about people getting food from a food bank, not being able to care for themselves. It's embarrassing, and it should be. But I know a lot of people in this town, they don't even say it. They're too arrogant to see how embarrassing that is. Or they're too stupid. I don't know. I'm just here to let you know. We'll be back. I got more news. I got more views. We'll talk about Avelo Airlines taking this lying down. Negro nonsense is coming up. And we got our Between Rounds winner. So stand by. It's Reese on the Radio on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Get a head start to your day with WTIC News Talk 1080. Listen to us live on the Odyssey app before you even hit the road. Get the breakdown on the biggest news stories that Connecticut is talking about. To get started, download the Odyssey app and search for WTIC News Talk 1080.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good, seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-969-0686 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-969-0686. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0686 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-969-0686.
And now, a WTIC News Update.
82 degrees at 3:30. I'm John Silva. The search for a missing 6-year-old child who fell off a dock in Stratford is now a recovery. Child went into the Housatonic River on Wednesday. Local and state police, fire, and the Coast Guard have been involved in that search. Governor Lamont has signed legislation that requires gun dealers to enforce a number of controls, including the prevention of sale to guns to those who should not have them. Also enables victims to bring civil action to those who don't implement reasonable safeguards. 2 people in the hospital after they were shot overnight in Hartford. Police say a man's in critical condition, a woman stable, after they were found near 1200 Park Street early this morning. New Haven police investigating after they say a pedestrian was struck and killed on Foxen Boulevard last night. And they say 58-year-old Jamie Melendez-Martinez died at Yale, New Haven. The driver of the vehicle left the scene but later went to police headquarters to report the crash. 6 soldiers at a Georgia Army base are being hailed as heroes for tackling a fellow soldier accused of shooting 5 people. Officials say Sergeant Cornelius Radford used a personal handgun to shoot 5 soldiers Wednesday at Fort Stewart before being tackled by the other troops. The Army Secretary praised the soldiers' quick actions, saying they saved lives. Russian President Vladimir Putin says he hopes to meet next week with President Trump, possibly in the United Arab Emirates. Putin making the announcement today, although a White House official cast doubt on the summit occurring unless the Kremlin leader also agrees to a meeting with his Ukrainian counterpart. WTIC News Time 3:31. Here's the forecast.
Plenty of sunshine here for the remainder of today, but the sky continued to be on the hazy side due to wildfire smoke from Canada. Our high today up to 84 degrees. For tonight, clear, low 57. Tomorrow, plenty of sunshine as we round out the work week, a high of 84 for the afternoon. Tomorrow night, mainly clear, low 58 as we start off this weekend. More of the same, plenty of sunshine for Saturday with temperatures in the middle 80s. By Sunday, plenty of sunshine, temperatures approaching 90. This is meteorologist Matt Benz in the WTIC Weather Center.
All right, it is 82 in Hartford. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 279 points. NASDAQ's down a point. S&P's down 17. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Here at ALO, we believe hearing solutions to your main drain problems shouldn't cost a thing. That's why we offer free mainline drain camera inspections and free estimates on sewer line repair or replacement. Contact the trusted professionals at ALO when you call, click, or text today and say, "Hello, ALO." Call for details. Licensed for safety. HIC 628926, P10277688, S10406241, S3308699, SM3004646, E1185643.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 860-440-PAIN. That's 860-440-PAIN. 860-440-PAIN.
Security is huge for us. That's Pete Sweeney, Director of Operations at United Tool and Die Company in West Hartford. We have requirements that we need to meet, and TAB provides us with the tools necessary to make sure that we're compliant. Pete's confident in his security because he has an ASP, Actual Service Provider, TAB Computer Systems. TAB provides our users with a monthly security awareness training where they receive an email for a certain particular topic, and those results are recorded and stored so we can show proof that we are taking part in this security awareness training. Pete switched to TAB because his previous MSP's inflated yearly contract was killing his budget. As an ASP, TAB provides Pete with a higher level of service at a lower cost with no monthly contract. I would 100% recommend TAB. Call TAB at 1-888-TAB-4-HELP, 1-888-TAB-4-HELP, or visit tabinc.com. Technologies advancing business. TAB Computer Systems.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio. Of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaf.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey, did you hear? It's our birthday, 100 years. Did you happen to get us a present?
Speaking of birthdays, mine is coming up in 7 days. I cannot wait. The only reason why I'm excited is because I get to be 56. As you know, 55 that's my target age. But now I'm getting really, really nervous about getting older. I'm like, oh, all right, slow down. Can I say 55 forever? But yeah, I'm still excited for my birthday. I just am. It's been a great year. Anyway, I want to address this real quick before I get to some phone calls. But let me say this. Donald, you guys know who Donald is. He used to call here, on Todd's show. And he says this. He goes, Reese, I don't support corruption in any form. With that being said, you make a living tearing down black people and their communities while turning a blind eye to your own party and non-black communities. Okay, first of all, that's bull. That's a complete lie, and first of all, it's disingenuous, but it's a flat-out lie. It's bogus. You clearly don't listen to this show. The only thing you hear, you must be deaf to this show until you hear me mention black folks. The whole time, you must be sitting up, you must be deaf in one ear. And then all of a sudden, you hear me saying something about black folks, and we're like, oh, all of a sudden, you have the perfect hearing. You hear everything I say then. So, Donald, here's my response to you, and anybody else for that matter. You damn sure support corruption in the black community. You say you don't support it? You don't push back against it. You acknowledge it. But what have you done when you found out that corruption was happening inside the black community, that there were disenfranchising more and more kids inside the black community? Did you ring any bells? Did you get your Paul Revere on? Did you run around telling people in your community that they were being shafted by so-called African-American leaders? No, you didn't say a word. You just sat by with your arms folded, like, tisk, tisk, tisk. It's a shame what them black people doing to our community. You never did a thing. And then when somebody like me said something about it, you protect the oppressors. Now, I'm not into calling names. That's not my style. But, sir, you're a part of the problem. Because you protect the people who are doing your community harm every day. And the reason why is because you're scared to death of them. You can't say anything to those people. You can't say nothing to the drug dealers. You can't say nothing to the gangbangers. And you can't say anything to the politicians who steal your hard-earned money to line their own pockets. You can't say a word to them. You're scared to death of them. And you admonish me because I have no fear. Because I'm not aligned with any one of them. I have no allegiance to you or anybody else, much less the community. I'm untouched. I'm not a sellout. I have been bought or paid for. Do I make a living off what? Exposing the truth? I'll take that check every day. Exposing people who are corrupt? I'll take that check every day. I'll cash that check every day with pride and sleep well at night. And at the same time, where people like you will turn around and come after me, but never go after the people who are actually stealing from the community, never ever dragging their feet and bringing them to the public or exposing them for who they are, and you sit up here and admonish me, please, you bore me. You bore me. I'll tell you this story. And you know, you remind me of this woman. We need to look up who this woman is. All of you should look up who this woman is. You ever hear the story about the woman who stabbed Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in Harlem? You ever heard about that woman? You should look her up. Look up the picture of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in the Harlem hospital after he was stabbed by that black woman. Anybody want to know why she stabbed him? She said, don't you go in there making no trouble. You're making trouble out here for everybody. Want to go watch that video of Jesse Jackson on Bill O'Reilly's old show? Caught off camera, talking about Barack Obama's speech to black fathers, where he said that Barack Obama was out here teaching N-words how to live. I want to cut his testicles off. That's you. That's you. That's you. And every person who would sooner come after me than deal with the people who are robbing you blind and keeping everybody in poverty, claiming that they're taking money, they're getting money for their communities. That's why there's this investigation. You can rag on me all day. I've got the truth and my integrity on my side. People like you, Quimbos, go look them up. Come on, scurry. Go look them up. That's exactly the kind of attitude you have. Quimbos. If you knew anything about that, you wouldn't even come after me. Oh, baby, call me an Uncle Tom. He's the hero in the story. I live with that proudly. Never, ever going to offend me. Now, to the phones we go. Let me take, I'll take Mark. What do you got? I know you're on this story like a hog in dirt. You see how much money these folks are responsible for dealing? Where is he? Okay, maybe he's not there. That's all right. We'll get him back. What's going on, Frankie? Do I have nobody? Okay, there he is. Frank, you there?
How you doing today?
What's up, buddy?
You tell the truth all the time. Mark from West Hartford nailed it a couple weeks ago, and I've noticed this. You can't tell the truth anymore in this country for three reasons. One, it hurts their feelings. Second, they won't admit they're wrong. Or third, they have an agenda. You and one other black man I know, and you know this guy, tell it like it is, Denzel Washington. He has clips on YouTube. And he had a clip the other day, and it's so true for all men, not just black men. He says something I've been telling these young guys for decades. Don't waste your time and money chasing women. Build wealth. And then, guess what? They'll find you.
Yep. It's always the case. Right. And then you'll have to, then you got to beat them off you. You know what I mean?
Really, like I'm not going to mention a woman. She was like a fox around a hen house after I made it big. But she wouldn't wave to me when I was poor. That's what you do. Otherwise, you're going to waste all your time and money, and they're going to end up dumping you, and you're going to end up 40 years old broke with nothing.
Exactly.
That guy's very successful, 44 years married to the same man, a tremendous role model. But you tell the truth, and that's the problem. People don't want to hear that.
I know, and they don't because they think I'm supposed to have some allegiance. They've placed me in this category that says, you're black, stand for black things, stand for the black things that we tell you to stand for. And I'm just like, no. And I'm going to do it defiantly till it drives them crazy. They'll either join or they'll just continue to attack me. But I wish they understood, I've been married 4 times. I know what it's like to be attacked. It's like it's nothing new.
I'm surprised you're not in a mental hospital for being married 4 times.
Thank you, man.
I mean, that's another story. But, no, you just can't tell the truth, and it's sad but if you take all the money that went to black organizations, black people should be the wealthiest people in America.
But see, that, you know what, I'll get into that in a minute. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. That's one of the biggest problems here. See, that's the biggest problem with all of this. Right, and it's the reason why no one wants to touch the story. Donald is a perfect example as to why no one will expose this corruption happening with these alleged criminal activities. The reason why no one will touch them is because there is news media out there that's just like, they're just going to call us racist. We can't cover it. We can't alert the masses. We can't do our jobs because we're so concerned about what we're going to be called, what we are going to be admonished for, instead of doing what we're supposed to do, and that's tell the truth, reveal the truth, and inform people. So worried about their own personal reputation, instead of looking at those people and going, hey, if I didn't expose it, the corruption would continue. More and more people would be allowed to take more money out of your mouths, out of your pockets, and do nothing for you. So you can be mad. Donald over here is upset. Why? Because I need to expose white people. You need to expose white people. Where you been? Try this on for size, Donald. I expose all people. And again, have you not been listening to this show all week? What do you think, the Connecticut Green Bank is part of the NAACP? Huh? Did I talk about the Connecticut Green Bank? Yes, I did. Did I talk about the $5 and $6 million that Connecticut got for the removal of hydrilla using DQuat, even though it only takes about $135,000 to actually remove it, to start exposing money being handed out like freaking candy in the state? Huh? Did you miss those stories? I've been talking about DQuat ad nauseum. In fact, some audience members are like, will the guy move on? Where were you? I didn't hear you once even thank me for pointing out the fact that it ain't just white folks' water that's going to be affected. It's yours too. Unless, of course, you're still drinking from a colored fountain. And that comes from a different well. You let me know. You're never ever going to get me to relent. You can't bully me. You can't scare me. You're the person who's afraid. You're the person who's biased. You're the one who's bigoted. The true racist is you. And you'll protect the corruption as long as it's got a black person's name behind it. You'll let them fleece everybody in your community. You're no savior of black people. You're the problem. You're just as corrupt as the people who steal from them. And until you get it through your thick head that I don't care, that I do not care, I'm here to expose all of that. I'm here to expose every bit of it. Because the important part is that everybody in Connecticut and across the country, they're all affected by corruption. It's not a black or white thing. It's a greed thing. And that's something you're supposed to be against. Remember? Greed. But apparently, that takes furloughs if there are black people involved. That's shameful and embarrassing. Don't preach to me, buddy. Please. It sounds like a hypocritical thing to do because it is. But I'll holla. I love you here. We got more news and more views when we return, and we'll take more of your phone calls when we get back. It's Reese on the Radio on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Joe with SimpleSaleUSA.com, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 203-896-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and more importantly, anywhere in Connecticut. I'm a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying junk houses. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and even foreclosure houses. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at 203-896-4000. That's 203-896-4000. 203-896-4000.
When my business was taking off, the system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses phone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
It's Reese on the Radio. Ask your doctor if common sense is right for you. Right for you. On News Talk 1080 WTIC.
And also, you know what's really, really important? You know, if you really, really want me to stop, call all your black friends and tell them to listen to WTIC from 2 to 6 every week. In fact, they'll hear so much stuff that I say that they'll probably call the front office and say, you got to ban that guy. If you really, really want to get me to stop, you know, you guys protest everything, you know, say that, tell people that there's a sellout on the radio. There's this black guy on there who's completely selling us out. Yeah, just let him know, please. They'll run here in droves. But I'll tell you, can I tell you a little secret? Let me tell you a little secret. You want to know why they won't run and tell the black community that I'm here? Because if they do start listening, they'll start agreeing. If they do start listening, they'll start understanding what's happening to them. And nobody, much less Donald, ever wants them to be exposed to the truth. They're deathly afraid of people like me. That's why they keep asking me to stop. And they'll never run around and hold a protest to get rid of me. Because if people found out that I was here in the black community, it's over. Over. Even I know that. Now Marky Mark is back. What's up, buddy?
You got me spinning. So first I got to tell you, when you impersonate those charlatans in the black community, the leaders, whatever you want to refer to them, in our household, in the Walsh household, your nickname is Reese X Hopkins. Both the one-day roll and will have a bumper. It is just funny. Now, and real quick, I can't wait till you come up here because guess what? We're going to go meet with a community leader, Hyacinth Yenny.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get the BOE guy do you remember last year when we started talking about genderqueer going in schools?
Indeed.
They never heard of genderqueer, and they don't know who Bob Duff is.
Indeed.
This is the guy. What's that?
You're indeed right. Nobody in that community knows anything about what's going on.
So I can't wait. But listen, that's not what I'm calling. So you know the breaking news. You communicate with Reverend Pastor Dell.
Yes.
Who, of course, is trying to get some legs and finding out, hey, what's going on with the Metropolitan Church in Hartford?
Exactly.
Where they're assisting underage kids to transition. What did you see? And I'm glad Connecticut Sentinel is covering it. And, in fact, Mark Fitch is going to reach out to him. I just got off the phone with him. He's going to reach out to Pastor Dell. So this came from the state police.
I know. I'm reading it now. You go ahead. You go ahead and break the news.
So this is the state police because, of course, first we got to back up just a little bit. A.G. Tong wanted the state police to reach out to him and ask him, what his intent was to be looking into the Metropolitan Church.
Right. And because he used the phrase silence equals death, William Tong had a state police detective contact Reverend Dell, which I talked about yesterday. So the police have contacted Reverend Dell. What did they say in the text?
Here's the simple text, simple sentence. Sir, reaching out to notify you that the case has been closed as non-criminal. Now, I've been pulling and asking for police reports for many years. I'm still waiting. I got one. It's going on year 2. I got another one that's 4th. I'm not even going to tell you what they're about. It's not worth it yet because I can't tell you much until I get them.
Right.
Well, guess what? When they close a case this fast, that is one of the biggest red flags you can send up the pole.
Indeed.
And so guess what? And I asked Pastor, and I don't expect Pastor Dell to kind of know how to do all this, but the first thing I go what's the case number? And he goes, I don't know. I said, well, if you can find that out, if not, I will, because guess what? I'm going to go, and maybe we'll use Sean Paul.
Oh, no, we got to, yes, listen, we got to FOIA it. We have to FOIA it to find out.
Yep.
That's exactly what we need to do. Listen, I'm going to have to, I got to take a break, but you're 100% right. The first thing we should do is FOIA that police report and what prompted the investigation. That's a very good point, Mark. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
I appreciate you. And Pastor Dell, if I played any role in that, man, I'm telling you, I did it from the bottom of the heart. So I know you heard it when you were on your drive home, but everything I said was absolutely truthful. Nobody should be coming after you. Let's get some traffic and weather in the BPS Traffic Center with Mark Christopher. How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing great, Reese. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everyone. If you're heading 91 southbound into Hartford, look for delays 33 down to 32 IMB. On the northbound side of 91, just a little tight as you move between 20 and 21 Middletown into Cromwell. After that, easy ride Hartford up into Windsor. Westbound 84 is slowing just after 56 Governor Street out to 47 Sigourney. 84 eastbound slows 44 Prospect Oakwood down into the tunnel. If you're 2 westbound, you're slowing in East Hartford 1D up to the 84 West merge. If you're traveling on 291 westbound, look for some slow traffic as you move up on the 91 north and south ramps in Windsor. Heading into Middletown 9 northbound, you've got delays approaching Harbor Park up to the Aragoni Bridge. Over to Waterbury, look for slow traffic now on the westbound side of 84 as you move up approaching 26 up to the Mixmaster in Waterbury. 84 eastbound's tight in Waterbury. 25A down to the 691 interchange. We have an accident in the right lane. 84 eastbound in Newtown at exit 9. Right lane is out, stay left. Delays are back to exit 3 and Danbury behind that. Southbound Parkway, look for delays from exit 61 into the West Rock Tunnel. 95 South New Haven slowing 46 down to 44. Traffic and weather together on the 8's WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
Plenty of sunshine here for the remainder of today, but the sky continued to be on the hazy side due to wildfire smoke from Canada. Our high today up to 84 degrees. For tonight, clear, low 57. Tomorrow, plenty of sunshine as we round out the work week, a high of 84 for the afternoon. Tomorrow night, mainly clear, low 58 as we start off this weekend. More of the same. Plenty of sunshine for Saturday with temperatures in the middle 80s. By Sunday, plenty of sunshine. Temperatures approaching 90. This is meteorologist Matt Benz in the WTIC Weather Center.
WTIC is celebrating 100 years on the air and 100 years of serving Connecticut. This is WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford, an Odyssey station.
It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm John Silva, WTIC at 1080 News. Crews continued to search for a boy who went missing Wednesday after he fell into the Housatonic River in Stratford from a boat ramp. The search has now been suspended. Fire and police agencies from surrounding towns had been at the scene with an assist from the U.S. Coast Guard. An employee of United Illuminating witnessed the incident and attempted to rescue the child without success. Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto says the conditions presented a challenge.
We're just in from the mouth of the river, and the currents are very strong, both in and out, depending on the tide, and that's what we're dealing with. The child fell in right off the dock behind us there.
The operation has shifted into a recovery mode. Amid another round of higher-level purges at the Justice Department and the FBI, generally targeting those who are perceived to be disloyal to the president related to the investigation into January 6th, the Justice Department has hired a former J6 defendant, Jared Weiss, seen in evidentiary video at the riot urging others to kill resisting police officers, is now an advisor to the department.
A man who was former FBI agent, actually, Jared Weiss, who was charged for trespassing and blocking official proceedings on January 6th. He is a senior advisor to the Department of Justice, and that they called him a valued member of the team.
It's reporter Jake Rosen. In New Haven, police have released the name of the man who was struck and killed on Foxen Boulevard by a vehicle Wednesday night. It's been identified as 58-year-old Jamie Melendez-Martinez. He was hit on Foxen Boulevard as he walked outside of a marked crosswalk a little after 10. He was leaving a Walmart parking lot and struck by a vehicle headed toward Quinnipiac Avenue. Melendez-Martinez was pronounced dead at Yale, New Haven. The vehicle fled the scene, but later went to the New Haven Police Department to report the crash. A helicopter flying over the Mississippi River hit a power line and crashed into a barge today, sparking a fire. 2 people on the chopper were killed. Doesn't appear as if anyone was on the barge at the time. Corporal Dallas Thompson with the Missouri State Highway Patrol says first responders were dispatched from both sides of the river.
We're just waiting on the FAA and the Coast Guard to join in with this joint efforts to finish the investigation going forward.
The fire's out, but the river remains closed to commercial traffic. Senator John Cornyn says federal officials will help track down missing Democrats in the Texas redistricting flap.
He says that the FBI is now going to get involved with the search for those Texas House Democrats that left the state house earlier this week and are now holed up in places like Illinois, New York, Massachusetts. Earlier this week, Senator Cornyn called on the FBI. He asked the FBI Director Kash Patel to help out with the location and bringing those Texas House Democrats back.
Wall Street, Dow down 224 points, NASDAQ up 73, S&P down 5. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Men, longer days, warmer nights, and romances in the air.
Yes, sir.
Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Northeast Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 800-930-5956. That's 800-930-5956. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you, including our new office in Warwick, Rhode Island.
It's Reese on the Radio. And don't say we didn't warn you on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
Hey!
Savory, flavory, bagel, deli, and bakery.
Between rounds. Between rounds. Between rounds.
I really do love that song. Every time it plays, we don't play it enough during the show, but I love that. It always makes me dance. I don't know why. Anyway, congratulations to Hank C. from Harwinton, Connecticut. He is our latest winner of Between Rounds, dozen bagels a month for 6 months, courtesy of Between Rounds, the Bagel Bakery and Sandwich Cafe, located in South Windsor, Vernon, and Manchester. In order for you to win, you've got to go to reeseontheradio.com. That's REESE on the radio.com. Plus, we got plenty of stuff there. You can follow me on Substack. You could also listen to the show if you missed it. It's there for you as well. And send us a message. Even if you have, because you can participate, a stupidest thing that you've read today, if you've got a story that you want to link there, there's a place for that as well. So go to the website. That's reeseontheradio.com. REESE on the radio.com. You must live in Connecticut to participate in Between Rounds. You can be from anywhere if you just want to send me a message. But you must live in Connecticut, and you cannot have won in the last 6 months from today in order to participate in Between Rounds. So Hank C. In Harwinton, he is our winner today. When we come back, Negro Nonsense is coming up. I've got movie news about a movie that I think was probably one of the worst films in the sense of displaying the human condition. I want to talk about that a little bit. Also, did I say Negro Nonsense? This story is bigger than just being a news item. It's so much bigger than that, and I've got to get to what's going to happen as a result to this. You all know about Paramount pretty much switching gears. Stephen Colbert is gone. People are concerned about whether or not The Daily Show is next. Well, something else was on the chopping block and was announced yesterday, and I'm making a prediction with this particular story that what's going to happen. And it's not a good thing. So we have to get into that. Back to Pastor Jacob Dell. I really, really hope that this show and people on X who heard about the police getting in touch with you, I hope that pressured them to stop this ridiculous investigation into you. That was a tactic to bully you or to shut you up, and I'm really, really incensed by it. But I'm glad that they sent you that message saying that there was absolutely nothing in what you wrote that was remotely criminal or a threat. It was embarrassing that they would do that to you. Anyway, let's get another check of weather and traffic. Matt Benz, he's in for Jason Caterina. And Mark Christopher, he's in the BPS Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Reese, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everyone. And this traffic report being brought to you by Amplify CT. And if you're heading into Hartford right now, the southbound side of I-91, you're going to see delays from 33 down to 32 A and B. On the northbound side of I-91, that's moving well as you move from Cromwell through downtown up into the Windsor exits. Westbound side of 84 is slowing as you move past 56 Governor Street out to 47 Sigourney. 84 eastbound slowing about a half mile before 46 Sisson Avenue into the tunnel. 291 through 84 okay. 2 westbound slowing as you merge with 84 west. 9 northbound, you've got slow traffic Harbor Park up to the Aragoni Bridge. If you're traveling 84 eastbound in Waterbury, just a little slow traffic 25A down to the 691 interchange in Cheshire. Westbound 84 is slowing 26 up to the Mixmaster in Waterbury. 84 eastbound, we had an accident by exit 9 in Newtown. It looks like they've cleared that from the right lane, so look for delays now. New York, Connecticut line out to exit 8 in Danbury. If you are traveling toward New Haven, 95 south, delays 46 down to 44. And the ride southbound on the Parkway, some slow traffic from 61 in Hamden down in toward the West Rock Tunnel. This traffic report being brought to you by Amplify CT. Feeling the pressure? Press pause. Seriously, stepping away to play, even for just a little while, reduces stress, boosts your mood, and sharpens focus. Reclaim your calm. Press pause. Go play. Feel better. It works. Visit amplifyct.org for more ideas to amplify your mental health. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
It's still pretty quiet across the region right now with the lingering haze due to that wildfire smoke, and dry as well here across the area. Clouds generally west of the city. Any showers and thunderstorms, though, can be found across New York State. Will stay dry here through this evening and tonight. Clear sky, still comfortable. Low humidity, low 57 degrees. Tomorrow, plenty of sunshine. We're heading up to a high of 84. Same story for Saturday. Plenty of sunshine, high again of 84 degrees. We start to crank up the heat for the second half of the weekend with highs into the 90s by Sunday. Get ready to sweat it out early next week with temperatures remaining in the 90s into Monday and Tuesday. Right now, it's 84 degrees at Windsor, 83 in New Britain, and 81 here in Hartford. This is meteorologist Matt Benz in the WTIC Weather Center.
Join us this Sunday for Tumalo Financial, your go-to for retirement planning and taxes. Tune in to the father-son duo from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. or catch replay from 5 to 6 p.m. Tumalo Financial, retirement planning with integrity on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Lose your first 5 pounds for free. Awaken 180 Weight Loss is welcoming new customers to the West Hartford office and offering a no-payment deal for up to 3 weeks until you lose your first 5 pounds. Call Awaken 180 Weight Loss today to start your journey and lose your first 5 pounds on the house. 844-346-1800 or awaken180weightloss.com.
At Ayala Home Services, we handle hundreds of water heater issues a year. We know how much of an inconvenience no hot water is, and with our fully stocked trucks and warehouse, you can get your hot water back as soon as the same day. Contact the trusted professionals at ALO Home Services when you call, click, or text today and say, "Hello, ALO." Call for details. Licensed for safety. HIC 628926, P1027768, S10406241, S3308-699, SM3004646, E1185643.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus, offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Here we go. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
President of the Chris Murphy Fan Club, Reese on the Radio, on News Talk 1080, WTIC.
I just received word that the Connecticut Sentinel has the case number in the investigation into Reverend Jacob Dell. And they're writing a follow-up story. And according to Reverend Dell, this came directly from Attorney General William Tong. So, stay tuned. Follow up with the Connecticut Sentinel. Of course, I'm following them, so I'll have the story as soon as they do. Also coming up, we are waiting for part 2 of Project Veritas's investigation into former Attorney General Bill Barr, and Armstrong Williams. So the minute that comes over, I will check out that audio and probably play some audio from it. Let's get to some phones. 860-522-WTIC. Donna is in Glastonbury. Hello, Donna.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm okay. I think I have a Woodward and Bernstein for you.
Okay, let's go.
It was actually on Brian Shackman, the end of Brian's show this morning,
Mm-hmm.
and it involves I believe he's a state rep, Doug McGrory from Hartford.
Yes, we talked about that in the beginning of the show. Involves a considerable amount of money going to his alleged girlfriend.
Yes, Sansaray Cicero.
Yes. How do you pronounce? Yeah. Wait a minute, Donna. How are you pronouncing her name? Sansaray. Have I been saying that right?
It's Sansaray.
Sansaray. Exactly. What is your take on all of this? As far as, because we do know that there was some $3.5 million that was earmarked by Blumenthal and Murphy that hasn't been delivered.
Yes, all I heard was what I heard on Brian's show this morning, but I know that I would love to talk to you off air about this. because there are some other connections that are interesting.
Hold on.
But
Donna, stay right there. Don't go anywhere. Hold on for me real quick.
all right.
I just want to do this real quick. I'll do that. Okay. I am going to, during the next break, I'm going to send you a text message to a number. Okay? I will send you a text message from a number. It'll be a 202 area code. You and I will communicate there.
All right, I can call you after 6 if you want.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I want you to do. Okay. Now, I'm assuming that this is in some insider information that you cannot share or divulge.
Well, I'd rather not.
Understood. That's all I need to know. Donna, we'll talk to you later.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
You got it. Thank you.
Yes,
all right.
Thank you.
Not a problem. We will vet that info. I love my job. Sorry, let's go to Tom in Thomaston. How are you, Tom?
Your phone calls.
Tom, you there?
Yeah.
Hey,
Reese,
what's going on?
Not much. Hey, the guy. First, I want to say you always look out for your people, Reese. The Reese on the Radio people.
You're damn right I do.
Every day. And I just caught the tail end of
Pastor Dell? The story about Pastor Dell?
Yesterday. Long Island Otter.
Okay. Did you listen to the replay of my conversation with Sean Paul Reyes?
I caught the tail end of it.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I think the only way he's going to get addressed is to do it civilly. They're not going to do anything criminally. I just know they won't.
Well,
but Reese,
I'll go one step further and I'll let you finish. What I think he should do, and I think that this is important to do, is get that tape, get that video to a nationally syndicated show. And what I mean, not just radio, but on television. Because the most important thing is, as far as Connecticut operates in this little space in the corner of the country that they don't think anybody's paying attention to. We wouldn't be seeing the crap that we're seeing if they didn't believe that they could get away with half of this nonsense. Especially, consider what happened in Bridgeport. That's a perfect example. Once they were in the spotlight, once the cameras and the spotlight is on them, they reverse course in a heartbeat because they don't want that out in the public. They don't want that everywhere. That's all he needs to do. And then people will act.
I really hope it happens. But Reese, he exposed the bigger, and this is the biggest con in the state of Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
State employees being able to pad their overtime in the last 3 to 5 years to sometimes double their pension.
Mm-hmm.
And the state officials say, oh, there's nothing we could do about it. It's worked into their contract.
Right.
That's all BS because they knew it. They allowed it because it was a bribe to say state employees, vote Democrat, and we will take care of you for life. That's the true crime, Reese, right there.
I couldn't agree more. I'll tell you another part that, again, I think that sort of looking at what created this as far as the level of which is where it's gone so far with Sean Paul Reyes and Brian Fahey, what really makes people, and I'm surprised that no one has said, look, I may not like the guy's tactics, but this is something I need to investigate. Two things happened that freaked me out about that story. One, it was the implication that Brian Fahey may be receiving some $85,000 in overtime working at a desk job. That's one. But the second thing was, in that tape, when it ends, when the altercation ends, and Brian Fahey is walking away after he reaches the cul-de-sac with Sean Paul Reyes, it's what he says to him after. And that is, it's more than that. When he talks about him receiving overtime money, he brags and say, it's way more than that, which shows the degree of arrogance coming out of Brian Fahey, which again would say to me, what do you mean it's more than that? Exactly how much money are you getting? Because he felt like, I could just say that on camera. What are you going to do?
Yeah, it's total arrogance. And he's seen that probably for 10, 15 years. And it's just like, a new day at work. This is the way it's always done.
Exactly. Exactly.
Why are you bothering me on my front porch? We always do this kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, it's incredible. Thank you, big guy. I appreciate you, Tom. Let's go to my friend Fred in Middletown. It doesn't look like we're going to live in Middletown, Fred. My wife no, it doesn't look like that. She is looking. I've got a meeting later on today.
What was the deal breaker?
No, it's just we couldn't find anywhere. And we're supposed to be having this online chat with somebody in Manchester. I used to live in Manchester, which I really did like. It wasn't that bad of a town. I don't know how bad it is now or how good it is now. But we're supposed to do an online call with them later on today.
Well, like Middletown, it's got that amazing mile-wide main street, you know?
Yeah.
So it's got that in common.
Hey, if I could get Fountain Village across the street from Wicker Park again, I would love it. Because then I can fly my kite.
Yeah. All right. You like a kite.
I love
that's
that.
Free, man. That's a free shot. So a couple things. One, Don from East Hartford is Tim from Hamden in blackface. He's just, kvetching. And, what's Todd left? He doesn't even call. Like, he will only call the old white man. Otherwise,
which is interesting, right? And what I think that's about is this has always been commonplace. Whenever I decide to get into a debate with people who are on the left, and I love the fact that Tim at least takes the old college try.
He'll swing with you. He'll swing.
He will. And that's good. And I love it. But the others just don't want to come in because, and I know it's because they start to realize that they may be caught in their own, they may paint themselves into a corner. And I get that too. So I don't mind. I don't mind. Yeah. It's no big deal.
The other thing I missed, the 4 to 5 yesterday, the interview with the guy, but I've been listening and I came up to speed on it. And from what I got, now real quick, going to a guy's house is rude, but that's fighting fire with fire. There's a time to use water and a time to use fire, and nothing freaks someone out like beating them at their own game. So by being like aggressive and rude, he just brought this guy out. And now, we see in the fullness of time it was the right thing.
It was one of those things where I always say this, and I had this debate with my ex-wife. And it is very, very simple. I always say that, look, if you're going to be in a fight with someone and you want to expose how wrong or how bad they are, the only person who's going to make that happen is you, right? If you're the good guy in that debate, you have to perform as the good guy. You can't turn around and say, well, the reason why I punched him in the face is because he punched me in the face. And I'm using that term figuratively. You have to, if you're the victim in all of this, you have to perform as the victim, right? You've got to put you have to martyr yourself. And this is, there's a reason why no matter what the criticisms of Sean Paul Reyes there are, he was able to look like the martyr here because of Brian Fahey's actions. Coming out of his house, speeding up to him, getting in his face, spitting in his face with a weapon, with a firearm in his hand. It absolves Sean Paul Reyes in every possible way. And you almost feel like if you take Fahey's side on this, you almost have to stretch the imagination because it's on video.
Yes. So just put, the word spearfisher in his middle name. That's Sean Reyes guy, spearfisher. And closing, yesterday you were given credit to all the people who've helped with the show.
Yes.
I tried for a minute with the word copying that
you did, and you always, and I meant you, I said, I told you I was going to forget some people, Fred. Yes, you are definitely one of them, and you did that. You did it in a very, very positive way, and I've always loved you for it.
I gave up, though. It was an exercise.
Well, people started giving you crap about it. They were coming to me and just like, that Fred is always trying to correct you. I'm like, no. I had to defend you because I said, no, he's not doing it in a malicious way.
A real quick line on that. The people who love you don't care.
That's right.
And some of them even consider it a cute affectation. And the people who hate you don't speak nearly as well as you do. So there it is. Yeah, no,
that I can appreciate. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Gosh, now I can't wait to talk to Donna now. I can't wait to find out what that's all about. Hey, Fritz the Cat, how we doing, sir? Please send Chrissy my love and congratulations to her. Let me see. I've got what do I got coming up? I got Negro Nonsense coming up. I got Hollywood News coming up. So don't miss those things. I'm probably going to extend Negro Nonsense to one whole segment because there's something really, really being untold about this story that you may have heard about. We've got no confirmation on Howard Stern whether or not it is indeed true that his show is over with kaputs this year, although there has not been a pushback from him on that story. So I'm looking into that as well. Plus, we've got some other news and views to get into. Stephen says the state of Connecticut is not run for the citizens of the state, but is a benefit society for the state's workers. Yes, Stephen, without a doubt. Raymond says, I've never heard anyone claim Reese's words were beating them up before you, and I know him from New York. That's right. Ray knows me very well. Ray knows me very well. And Magic Man Ray. What else has he got? I got pretty much nothing else other than this stuff we got coming up. Avelo Airlines. I promised I was going to talk about that as well. So plus, your phone calls at 860-522-WTIC. Maybe I'll give, what's her name, Karen, a call, see if I can get her on today as well to talk about the new building when that's going to be up and running in Torrington for Friendly Hands Food Bank. I'll text her now, see if I can get her on the line to at least get an update. I don't want her to think that I'm upset with her about, that. I understand getting the governor there was a big deal. It brings attention to it, getting the press there. And I even said there was going to be, it sounds like a little bit of friendly fire, but it's not on her. She's doing God's work there. But the governor, I'm disappointed in him. And as everybody should be. And if you're an opponent to him, Aaron Stewart, who promised you'd be on this show, where's that at? Rachel? What's that? What happened, Rachel? Aaron going to come on the program? Is Fazio running? I heard he might be running. I know he'll come on the show. Has he announced yet? I got to find out if he's announced. Adam, tell me whether or not Fazio is announced yet. I don't think I saw that. But if he has, let me know. Fazio will come on the show. Talk to him about what he's getting done. And all that other good stuff. Oh, yeah. Also, I got to make sure that I mention tomorrow's program from Newsmax. And, of course, resident of Greenwich, Connecticut, Carl Higbee will be on the show tomorrow. His show airs at 5 o'clock on Newsmax, but he'll be here at 3:30 tomorrow to talk about his show and a whole bunch of other stuff going on in Connecticut. I'll maybe ask his advice on how we can get some of the stories that no one's paying attention to, paid attention to. Let's get another check of weather and traffic. Matt Benz is in for Jason Caterina. We still haven't found out if he's getting married on his honeymoon. And we got Mark Christopher's in the BPS Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
This is the most closely held wedding in the history of weddings.
Secret.
Nobody's giving out anything on this wedding.
Nobody even knows, huh?
Right. It's very secretive, so we'll see what's going on there eventually. Hey, if you're heading on the westbound side of 84, we do have a crash on the Hartford-West Hartford line, westbound 84 between 44 and 43. The left and center lanes out, a rollover accident in the center median there, so stay right. Delays are back to 56 Governor Street. Behind that, so heavy traffic there. If you're traveling 84 eastbound, you're slowing a mile before 46th Avenue into the tunnel. Southbound 91 delays 33 to 32, again down by exit 28. Northbound 91 easy ride Cromwell through downtown up in Windsor. 291, 384 okay, 2 westbound slowing as you merge with 84 west. 9 northbound's a little tight, Harbor Park up to the Aragoni Bridge. And again, 9 northbound slowing by exit 36 in New Britain. If you're westbound, 84 delays in Cheshire approaching 26 up to the Mixmaster in Waterbury. 84 eastbound Waterbury slows 25A down to the 691 interchange. If you're traveling 84 eastbound in Danbury, delays from the New York Connecticut line out to exit 5, again slowing 8 out to 11 in Newtown. If you're southbound in the Parkway, look for delays 61 into the West Rock Tunnel. 95 southbound slowing New Haven 46 down to 43 in West Haven. Traffic and weather together on the 8's WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
Through the rest of today, plenty of sunshine, but the sky is still looking hazy due to wildfire smoke lingering overhead. High today up to 84. Then for tonight, clear, comfortable, low 57. Tomorrow, more of the same. Plenty of sunshine, a high of 84. Still not all that humid for the area. Tomorrow night, mainly clear, low 58. This weekend, starting off quiet. Saturday, plenty of sunshine, high again of 84 degrees, but things begin to warm up into Sunday. Temperatures returning to the 90s. This is meteorologist Matt Benz in the WTIC Weather Center.
And now, a WTIC news update.
Be right back. You got it.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News. Police, fire, and the Coast Guard continued their search for a missing child today on the Housatonic River in Stratford. The operation has now shifted to a recovery. The 6-year-old fell from Birdseye Dock. Police say United Illuminating employee efforted a rescue but was unsuccessful. Searchers had to battle murky water conditions and strong currents. 2 people in the hospital after they were shot overnight in Hartford. Call came in just before 4 a.m. on Park Street. That investigation is ongoing. A man is dead after police in New Haven say he was struck by a vehicle on Foxen Boulevard last night. Jamie Melendez-Martinez was hit. The driver left the scene, but police say showed up at headquarters to report the accident. The FBI is forcing out more senior officials, including a former acting director who resisted Trump administration demands to turn over the names of agents who participated in the January 6th Capitol riot investigations and the head of the Bureau's D.C. field office. Brian Driscoll led the Bureau in the weeks that followed President Trump's inauguration last January. The Washington Mystics have traded Aaliyah Edwards to the Connecticut Sun. Move announced today includes an option for Washington to swap 2026 first-round picks. Edwards, of course, a big part of UConn basketball, leading up to her selection by the Mystics in the 2024 WNBA draft. Wall Street, the Dow finished down 224 points today. The NASDAQ was up 73, and the S&P gave back 9 points. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-253-6203. 800-253-6203. 800-253-6203.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At lendseek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Stay locked in. Reese on the Radio is on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Yeah, Negro nonsense coming up in a little bit. We're talking about anything and everything under the sun. We've also got Hollywood news coming up. Also talking about Avelo Airlines and them taking it on the chin. Somebody told me, or somebody just about Salvatore, I'll just say who it was. Salvatore just sent me a message. It says that Fountain Village is a dump now. Is it really? Like, what do you mean when you say it's a dump? It wasn't that much of a place when I lived there in 2004. You know, it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't, I'm not going to say it was like luxury. It was just an apartment. We were just trying to find a place real quick, fast, in a hurry, and we did. I mean, I thought it was nice enough. The neighbors were nice enough. Our next door neighbor was a really, really nice family. And I don't know, just I kind of enjoyed it there. I don't have this. I'm nothing like my wife. Okay, my wife is very froofy and very highbrow. I'm just a regular schmo. You know, I can live anywhere. I don't have a preference. I don't want to live in the hood. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to, bang, bang, shoot 'em up neighborhoods. Nothing like that. But I can live anywhere. I grew up in such poverty. Just having a place to live and lay my head is enough. I can appreciate highbrow just as much as lowbrow. So when someone says it's a dump, it's nothing against you for calling it a dump. Maybe my standards are just not as high as everybody else. Do you have those standards at all, Roland? Like, are you a guy who can't live? Like, what's a condition that you can't fathom living in a place? I mean, I know the obvious, like roaches or rats.
Yeah.
I'm with you there.
None of that.
But as far as the conditions, like in a community, are there, like if it's busy, if it's loud? Like I'll admit, I never want to live in a town where I will hear police sirens and fire truck sirens again. Like New York was a deluge of that stuff. I don't want to live in a town like that. I love a quiet town.
You know how you watched a movie or a TV show and there's a person in an apartment and the train comes and shake their house when it comes by? Yeah.
Yes.
I don't want that either.
No? Okay. Yeah, I will. You know what? That's another thing. Train tracks and airports. I don't want to live near those.
Well, I live near airports.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, so when a plane goes by, can you see, I don't know,
it looks like a movie.
Okay, so you you can see inside the window?
Yeah.
Is it that bad? I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
I don't want to. I'm not putting down New York, Raymond, although I hate it. I'm not putting it down. I do. I hate New York. But I know, look, Raymond lives in East New York, right? Which is one of the last places in New York that's still New York, right? East New York. I'll even say that parts of Bensonhurst are. But Raymond, you know that there are some places, and nothing against gentrification. Sometimes it could be a good thing for a neighborhood. But there are some places where you go that aren't exactly New York anymore, right? There are some places like that. And I'm not, again, it's just not, I'm a Manhattan guy. I've always been a Manhattan guy, and Manhattan is not the way it used to be. It just isn't. It's turned into a mess. I'm an Upper East Side guy, never been an Upper West Side guy. I don't care what anybody says. I'm an Upper East Side guy. Let's get some weather and traffic. Jason Caterina's out, so we got Matt Benz and Mark Christopher's in the BPS Traffic Center, who's only been in New York to visit. Will never live there.
No, I've never lived there, but there's no place like it. It has such an incredible buzz. What's your favorite part of the city?
If I had, my favorite part when I was there was Washington Square Park. It was my home. I loved Washington Square Park. It's where I feel like my formative years as a 20-year-old living in that era. I was on MTV. I was dancing on MTV on Club MTV.
Wow.
And it was, for me, the epicenter of the entertainment world was Greenwich Village. I fell in love with it.
No question about that.
Yeah.
All right, Reese, thank you very much. Well, if you're heading into Hartford right now, we have a deal out on the West Hartford line. It's 84 westbound, an overturned motor vehicle. It's on its roof. It's in the left median, so they've got the left and center lane shut down between 44 and 43. And right now, you're looking at delays that are kicking back to 56 Governor Street. Behind that, 84 eastbound slowing about a half mile before 46 Sisson Avenue into the tunnel. Southbound 91 delays 33 down to 32 IMB. Again, down by exit 28 on the Hartford Weathersfield line. Another bump between 23 and 22 on the Rocky Hill Cromwell line, and more slow traffic in Meriden, 19 down to 17. Northbound side of 91, that looks good. Cromwell up into Windsor, 291 through 84, okay. 2 eastbound is moving well. If you are traveling toward Middletown, 9 north and southbound, a little tight at the Aragoni. 9 north is slowing again as you move into New Britain from 34 up to exit 36. Heading into Waterbury, westbound side of 84 slowing, approaching 26 to the Mixmaster. Eastbound 84, some slow traffic, 25A in Waterbury down to the 691 interchange. 84 eastbound Danbury tight from the New York, Connecticut line out to exit 3. Again, from exit 8 in Danbury out to exit 11 in Newtown. If you are south 95, you're slowing in New Haven from 48 down to 44. And southbound on the Parkway, look for delays from 60 down into the West Rock Tunnel. This traffic report being brought to you by Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. Stuck in traffic again? Don't waste another minute. Columbia Implant Center in Manchester gets you in and out fast, often in just one day. Open 7 days a week. Get your smile back now. Columbia Implant Center, ColumbiaImplantCenter.com. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
A fairly quiet evening shaping up here for the region with a clearing sky. Still some clouds west of the city. That's about it. Tonight, clearing out, low of 57. Tomorrow, plenty of sunshine once again. We're looking at a high of 84. Put that on repeat for Saturday. Plenty of sunshine once again as we start off this weekend. Temperatures still reaching the mid-80s. After that, things begin to heat up. We're up to 90 by Sunday, and we'll see a string of 90s into early next week as we stare down our next heat wave here across the region. No rain to speak of as well, with dry weather expected through at least early next week. Right now, it's 80 degrees in Bristol, 82 in East Hartford, and in Hartford, it's 81. This is meteorologist Matt Bunz in the WTIC Weather Center.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
We know that you want the best for your child. That's why you can trust our expert pediatric dentists here at Columbia Dental, who are trained to meet and handle your child's unique dental needs. Call Columbia Dental at 860-645-0111.
Being injured in an accident can leave you feeling vulnerable and lost. You need a fast and fair resolution and a law firm that can protect you. At Brown, Payne, Dearest & Scott, our team of personal injury lawyers have over 100 years of combined experience and will treat you with respect and dignity. If you've been injured, BPS lawyers are here to help. At BPS Lawyers, you get more than a lawyer. You get a full-service law firm. Call us at 860-CALL-BPS or visit bpslawyers.com. Bruce Newman is responsible for the content of this ad.
If something happens, what happens to your family?
Yes, sir.
Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
The self-proclaimed love child of Rush Limbaugh.
They're running a strange program, y'all.
Reese on the radio on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
It could happen. You know what time it is.
Negro nonsense.
How dare you?
Negro nonsense.
How dare you?
Negro nonsense.
How dare you?
That's right, folks. It's time for Negro Nonsense. And this one I want to spend a little bit of time with because there were some people online who were upset about this. But I think they're upset for the wrong reasons. It was announced yesterday that the Soul Train Music Awards and the BET Hip Hop Awards and the BET Awards were going to be canceled. Suspended even was the term that they used. But folks, they're not coming back. I don't care what anyone says. They're not coming back. Aside from the fact that no one is watching it, because that goes without saying, no one even recognizes the groups and the people that are being celebrated on either one of these award shows. There are just so many people within that genre. Not only that, it has almost become a waste of money for the network that owns both of those award shows to put them on, with the waste of money involved. But what is the downside of this? It's not that kids in the hip-hop community will not have an award show that celebrates them. No. Absolutely not. It's about what's going to happen to other award shows to make up for it. That's what's going to happen. Do you folks remember the Oscars So White controversy back in the days? People protesting because they didn't have enough people of color or enough diversity at the award shows. Well, that's what is going to happen here, which will only destroy those things. The American Music Awards, the Billboard Music Awards, the Grammys, whatever the award show is, the SAG, the AFTRA, whatever it's going to be, those things are going to end up being destroyed. So this is the beginning of the end for people patting themselves on their back in the arts, which is also going to affect the arts, which many people say helps a lot of inner city kids or troubled kids. It's just going to give, this is another road by. So do I want the BET Awards and the Soul Train Music Awards to continue? Of course not. It's a joke. No one cared about it anyway. One of the things that used to drive me crazy, some 10 years ago, I famously said, what did you create these for in the first place? That you would be concerned about the Oscars or the Grammy Awards being so white. What did you create the Soul Train Music Awards for? What did you create the BET Awards for? What did you create the NAACP Awards for? The reason why those three award shows were created, why? Was because they didn't think they were being represented enough in the mainstream awards. So we are going to honor ourselves. That's what the purpose was. But what happened? Those weren't enough. And those people realized that nobody really wanted the Soul Train Music Awards. No one really wanted the BET Awards. No one really wanted the NAACP Awards. They wanted the white stuff. They just did. Everybody knows that. And that's why we're here. And what's going to happen? Now that they no longer have these, they will commandeer the others. And guess what? Just like the state of Connecticut, they'll bow. They'll bend a knee and say, all right, whatever you want. And then the entire thing will be messed up. The entire thing will go by the wayside and it'll be over. And we'll never have to deal with another award show ever. And I'm not going to lie. It pains me that those award shows can't be the place where we go and enjoy and celebrate music and celebrate the success of the arts, no matter what it is. I don't mean that with the Tony Awards. I'm sorry. I could never get into those things. Never could. But the other award shows, I don't know if you are like me and you miss the way it used to be with those. Do you remember the days when Billy Crystal used to host those awards? Oh, man, I lived for his hosting of the award show. It was fantastic. He put so much effort into it. It was singing, it was dancing, it was funny. No one was offended. People had a blast. The movies that you loved were being honored. It wasn't about all this virtue signaling nonsense, about movies that no one watched. Movies that didn't do $1 million at the box office were getting these high praises. You know, it was the last time a movie received the Best Picture nom and win? You know, it was the last one that deserved it, and it surprised everyone, and it should have won? Anybody remember the movie Crash? That's the last time I watched the awards. That was the last time I watched it. When Jack Nicholson came up to announce the winner of the Best Picture Award, and it shocked everyone that Crash won. And by the way, if you've never seen that movie, go watch it now. Well, okay, maybe not now. Wait till the show's over. That movie is so good. That's the last time. And I'll admit there were some themes in there that may have been a little bit left-leaning, but it was a great story. It's been a long time we've seen a movie where everybody's life in the movie intertwines in some way. It's such great work. I think the guy's name is Paul Hams, something like that, who either directed it or wrote it. I'm almost certain of it. But it was such a great movie from beginning to end. And everybody who was in it was just an upcoming star. We had Terrence Howard, You know, that was the first movie we realized that he cries in every scene. Tandy Newton, Matt Dillon. That's when he was on his comeback after, what's the name? There's Something About Mary. That's part of his comeback tour. Remember Matt Dillon had gotten out in the game for a long time? I mean, everybody in that movie was fantastic. Brendan Fraser, Sandra Bullock, so many, Don Cheadle. Ludacris was fantastic in that movie. I didn't even know that kid could act. I thought he was just some, overblown rapper. But he was great in that movie. I'll never forget that. Everything about that movie was from beginning to end was such a great movie. How it ends, it was Ryan Phillippe. I'm just now thinking of everybody who's in this movie. Yes, their names are popping up as I'm watching the film. I was like, who did I forget? Who did I forget? It's just that was the last time that it was respected. Crash is one of my favorite movies, Carmela says. Yes, and it deserves to be one of your favorite movies. I think Crash is the reason why, and it probably isn't, but Crash is one of the reasons why, if it was an ensemble cast, I would go and see the movie. Because I was hoping that I would, that the lightning would strike twice. But I missed that. Yeah, Don Cheadle was in that too. Yeah, I absolutely great movie. There's a great scene in that between Don Cheadle and what's the actress's name? I can't remember, but she used to be on Blue Bloods. And there's a great scene where Don Cheadle screws up her heritage about her Hispanic heritage, and she corrects him. And he's got a great line in the movie. I won't say it here. But he's got it, not because there's any cursing, because it's a bit sensitive, but it's a great line. It's in the beginning of the film. It's hilarious. But it talks about stereotypes and behaviors. It's just one of those movies that you can't. That was the last time I watched the Oscars. I'm off in a beaten path here. But I don't know. But the Soul Train Music Awards and the BET Awards, they say that they're suspended. But I know it's canceled because it's, of course, a part of Paramount, which, of course, got rid of Stephen Colbert. It's quite likely The Daily Show is next on the chopping block. We understand that the CBS Morning News is probably going to lose some of its anchors, including Gayle King. So Paramount is doing a complete upheaval on anything that's hemorrhaging money. So it's probably not going to come back. So I don't expect the woke nightmare to end anytime soon. So Jennifer Esposito. Thank you, Julie. She's right on it. Let's go to Jeff in Marlboro. How are you, Jeff?
Hey, not bad, Reese. How about you, man?
I'm trying my best, sir.
Yeah. So these awards, two things. These award shows, I don't care if they're black or quote unquote white or anything in between. I've never liked to watch them because it just seems like a bunch of overpaid jerks kissing each other's butts all night.
Well, I will admit that as a young person, I didn't understand the idea of navel gazing and patting yourself on the back. I really looked at it from in an idealistic way because as a kid, there was a glamour to it. As you know about this, Jeff, I say it all the time. I grew up watching two shows. Politically, I watched the McLaughlin Group. And then entertainment-wise, I watched The Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous because when you're poor and you can't travel anywhere, Robin Leach was taking you all around the globe. So I kind of lived vicariously through that show. So the celebrities...
Yeah, that was kind of a good show.
Yeah, so the celebrities on that show, I kind of, developed a relationship with them in the sense of, oh, I know him. Oh, I watched that show. Oh, I love this setting. I learned more about the globe and about the world that we live in and places that I had never seen. I was never jealous or envious. I celebrated these people who were they were celebrities. I understood that. So watching the Oscars and seeing someone come up who showed them not so much as the red carpet, but people who came on the screen to award other people in their works, I took it for what it was worth. They were celebrating the acting career or the job of that individual. I didn't really look at it from the, bloviating celebrity was patting themselves on the butt.
Yeah, but it really is, though. You know? The other thing, I know you were talking about that movie. What were you just talking about? A movie?
Crash.
Crash. I've never seen it.
You have to.
I'll check it out. I was gonna give an honorable mention to a movie that came out so long ago. I really like it. It had a ton of stars in it. Some of them even before they were stars, and I don't know if it won any. I don't know if it won any awards, but Boogie Nights. It's like an incredible movie.
That, you know what? I did see that, and I will say there are a lot of stars in that movie. I don't know. I don't know if I was a big fan of that. Everyone was talking about it, of course, because of its, it's explicit, for lack of a better word. But I don't know. I really didn't. I don't know. I didn't really understand like what the big rave was about. I watched it because I was a movie watcher, but I didn't walk away from it saying, "Wow, what a great film." Oh, you know what it was? Let me tell you, Jeff. I will tell you this. You know what turned me off from that movie? And if I'm right, Mark Wahlberg's character becomes a rock star near the end, right?
Well, no, he tries to be.
He tries to be, right? He tries to be a rock star. Okay, so this is what turned me off from the movie because I knew this part in that film, and it really, really annoyed me. So the song that he sings in the movie where he's trying to be a rock star turns out to be a song from the 1986 cartoon film of Transformers. A song called,
really?
Yes, it is. A song called You Got the Touch. And I remember, that's right. I remember how outraged I was that they were putting that song in this movie because that is the title track from the Transformer movie at the near the end when Hot Rod finally gets the what's the name? The Matrix. The power of the Matrix, and that's the song that they play. And Mark Wahlberg sings it in Boogie Nights.
I did not know that.
I know. Don't get me. I told you. I'm the worst person when it comes to this movie thing. My wealth of knowledge in the genre kind of is embarrassing for me sometimes. It just is.
But you got to say, though, even if you remember the movie a little bit, Philip Seymour Hoffman and Don Cheadle were in there, like, before they were, like, really, really famous.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And they were both like wicked awesome in that movie.
They are. They were. Look, to this day, I still think Philip Seymour Hoffman, what a wasted talent. I miss that guy because he was really, really good in anything he did. He played that bad guy in the Mission Impossible movie, and he was believable. As a short, pudgy, blonde-haired guy, as a bad guy, he pulled it off, which again is a testament to his acting chops. So yeah, I miss him. It's sad. There it is. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you. Let's get a check of the weather and traffic with Matt Benz filling in for Jason Caterina and Mark Christopher's in the BPS Traffic Center. There's the song. You got the touch.
Rocking out, baby.
Why would anybody do
Thank you
that?
very much. Well, we are coming to you from the Brown Paint Harrison Scott Traffic Center. If you're westbound 84, you're dealing with a rollover accident now. It's 84 westbound on the Hartford-West Hartford line between 44 and 43. Vehicle rolled over in the center median there. Looks like there's a wrecker there trying to pull that out of there. Now the left and center lanes are blocked. So stay right there. Delays are back to 56 Governor Street behind that. If you're on the eastbound side of I-84, really not bad at all. Just a little slow getting by 48 Capitol Avenue. Southbound side of 91, you're going to see delays from approaching 33 down to 32 A and B. In Hartford, again, 27 down to 28 on the Hartford Weathersfield line. Another bump down bikes at 23 in Rocky Hill, West Street, and some more slow traffic 19 to 17 in Meriden. Northbound 91, just a little slow bikes at 22 in Cromwell. After that, a good ride Hartford up into Windsor. If you're traveling 84 eastbound in East Hartford, some tight traffic between 58 and 59 in the 384 interchange. 2 westbound slowing as you merge with the 84 West and East Hartford. 291, 384 okay. Heading into Middletown, 9 north and southbound, some slow traffic approaching the Aragoni. 9 northbound is sluggish again in Berlin from 32 up to 36 in New Britain. If you're on the westbound side of 84, slowing in Waterbury, 22 to the Mixmaster. 84 eastbound in Cheshire slows 26 down to the 691 interchange. And southbound Parkway, look for for some slow traffic, 61 to 60 in Hamden. 95 South New Haven slows 46 down to 43 in West Haven. Traffic and weather together on the 8's WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
Plenty of sunshine here for the remainder of today, but the sky continued to be on the hazy side due to wildfire smoke from Canada. Our high today up to 84 degrees. For tonight, clear, low 57. Tomorrow, plenty of sunshine as we round out the work week, a high of 84 for the afternoon. Tomorrow night, mainly clear, low 58 as we start off this weekend. More of the same, plenty of sunshine for Saturday with temperatures in the middle 80s. By Sunday, plenty of sunshine, temperatures approaching 90. This is meteorologist Matt Benz in the WTIC Weather Center.
WTIC is celebrating 100 years on the air and 100 years of serving Connecticut. This is WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford, an Odyssey station.
5 o'clock, good afternoon. I'm John Silva. WTIC 1080 News. Search crews spent today looking for a boy who went missing the day before after he fell into the Housatonic River in Stratford from a boat ramp. Fire and police agencies from surrounding towns were on hand with an assist from the U.S. Coast Guard. An employee of United Illuminating witnessed the incident and attempted to rescue the child without success. Now the operation has been shifted to a recovery. Stratford Police Captain Jerry Pinto says the conditions presented a challenge.
We're just in from the mouth of the river, and the currents are very strong, both in and out, depending on the tide. And that's what we're dealing with. The child fell in right off the dock behind us there.
Authorities have not yet released the name of the boy. The search was suspended today and again shifted into a recovery mode. 2 people are in the hospital after they were shot early this morning in Hartford. About 4 o'clock, officers were dispatched to the area of 1200 Park Street. That's near the Key Food Supermarket. When they arrived, they found a male in his 40s suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. He was in critical condition at an area hospital. A female in her 30s also hospitalized with a gunshot wound in stable condition. Detectives say the 2 victims did know each other and they're working on a motive for the shootings and are continuing their search for suspects. A bill passed in the General Assembly last session seeks to add teeth to existing gun law in Connecticut. New measure now makes it incumbent on gun dealers to take steps to ensure they're not selling weapons to straw purchasers or those prohibited by law from possessing firearms. At a ceremonial bill signing today, Governor Lamont said the state has made strides to strengthen gun laws.
And I think that what we have done here in Connecticut when it comes to gun safety laws make a real difference. You know, the fact that gun violence is way down in the state, and we're just getting started.
Many opponents of the law, though, say it's unfair because it holds gun dealers responsible for any crimes committed by a gun owner. There may be a pause in the construction of an immigrant detention center in Florida.
A federal judge has ordered construction to be temporarily halted at the Immigration Detention Center in the Florida Everglades, dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. A lawsuit was filed against federal and state officials alleging the violation of environmental laws. ICE is also dealing with the death of a detainee at its facility in central Pennsylvania. Chinese citizen 32-year-old Cha Feng-Gi was found hanging by his neck in a shower room Tuesday morning. It's the 15th death in ICE custody since October, a higher number compared to other years.
CBS's Wendy Gillette. There's talk of a meeting possibly next week between Presidents Trump and Putin. Correspondent Nancy Cortez.
The White House has a slightly different message. They say, yes, the president is open to meeting with Putin and that could happen soon, but that no date has been set and no location has been set.
Wall Street, the Dow down 224 points, NASDAQ up 73, S&P up or down 5 points. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Yard Goats Baseball is back Tuesday, August 12th for 6 straight games, and boy, are we loaded with promotions. We've got a kids' jersey giveaway, Italian night, country music night, Princess and Pirates night, fireworks, and kids run the bases. Summer is coming to a close. Don't miss out on the best and most affordable family entertainment in Connecticut. Get your tickets today at yardgoatsbaseball.com.
How did you get your tripping breakers fixed so fast?
ALO Home Services, same day electrical. I gave them a call and they had a technician on their way. They even sent the technician's real-time location so I knew when they would be here.
Did you say same day? That's crazy.
If you need same-day electrical, call, click, or text today and say hello, ALO, call for details. Licensed for safety. 8926 P102776688 S104062441 S3308699 SN3004646 E1185643.
The hour that packs a punch. It's Reese on the radio on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Well, I mean, I think it's only fair, keeping with the Hollywood theme. In Hollywood news today, I watched this film, and I think it's appropriate only to mention it for this reason. You know how they say Donald Trump is going to invade Greenland? Well, this movie is actually called Greenland. Now, please, Roland, I know that you had to have seen this movie. It's a disaster film. Have you seen the movie Greenland or even heard of it?
I've never seen it.
Okay, but you did hear of it.
I've seen the trailer before.
Yeah. So Greenland, of course, is this film that it stars Gerard Butler. It is a disaster film. There's a meteor, of course, supposed to be hurling towards Earth, and people need to get as far as away they possibly can and go to Greenland. Now, why? Why is this movie even important? Well, they're going to make a sequel to it. And the film is about sort of like the aftermath, right? When we're in this dystopian place after the fact. But the movie Greenland is so bad. And when I say bad, not bad in the sense of poor acting, ridiculous plot, none of that. The movie is made to show the most deplorable in all of us. I watched this movie and you can root for no one. At least in Independence Day, what's the other one?
Armageddon.
Day After Tomorrow, Armageddon. There are heroes. There are good guys.
Yeah.
In this Greenland, this movie, everybody is scum. Even Gerard Butler. The things that people are willing to do, because in a part of the movie, I will explain this only because, so in order for you to make it to Greenland, you have to be a part of a lottery. And if you make it in a lottery, your closest family members can get in. And what's crazy is Gerard Butler's son is on the lottery. So his wife and his mother and father can come with him. And they're all together when all of the alerts, and you see people in a way that is absolutely the most despicable, the way in which people behave. There is even one scene where someone trying to save their own life kidnaps the boy. That's how bad it is. Just everybody in the movie, everyone you meet is scum. And I've never seen anything like, at the end of the movie, I felt dirty. I was like, what is going on here? It's just not one person was redeemable at all. And at the end, I felt disgusted at humanity. And so they're making a sequel, which only makes sense. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm going, yeah, of course we should make a sequel to this travesty. But if you do, go check it out if you're interested and get back to me and tell me what you thought. I just had to make... It's really, really that bad. And they're making a sequel, and I'm saying to myself, can I watch that kind of deplorable behavior again? Yep. Of course. I'm all in. Let's get another check of weather and traffic. Matt Benz is in from Jason Catarina. Mark Christopher's in the BPS Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
All right, Reese, thank you very much. Well, I got a little good news. 84 westbound on the Hartford-West Hartford line, that accident that was taking out the left and center lane, that just cleared seconds ago. So 84 westbound, you got delays 56 Governor Street out to 44 Prospect Oakwood. That's going to start to ease out now with that accident out of the way. 84 eastbound, barely a slowdown, just a little slowdown as you move into the downtown tunnel on the right side. If you're traveling southbound 91, delays approaching 33 down to 32A and B. And again, from exit 29A down to exit 28. After that, a little slow traffic by 23 and Rocky Hill West Street. And you're slow again from 19 down to 17 in Meriden. Northbound side of 91 moving well, Cromwell through downtown up in Windsor, 291 through 84 okay, 2 westbound slowing 1D up to the 84 west merge in East Hartford. If you're heading into Middletown, 9 northbound slowing Harbor Park to the Aragoni Bridge. Again, 9 northbound slowing up by 36 in New Britain. Westbound side of 84, Waterbury slows 23 to the Mixmaster. 84 eastbound is sluggish in Waterbury from 25A down to the 691 interchange. Southbound on the Parkway, you've got slow traffic from 60 down into the West Rock Tunnel. Northbound 91's a little slow, approaching the West Rock, and 95 southbound delays from 46 down to exit 44 in New Haven. Traffic and weather together on the 8's WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
A fairly quiet evening shaping up here for the area. Mainly clear skies from the city on south and east at the moment. Still some clouds lingering north and west, although everyone will clear out heading into tonight. Comfortable low humidity, low 57 tomorrow, mostly sunny, heading up to a high of 84. Same story as we start off this weekend. Plenty of sunshine thanks to high pressure overhead. We'll see a high again of 84 for Saturday. After that, things heat up in a hurry. Temperatures into the 90s on Sunday and likely to stay there as we head into early next week and what will be our next heat wave of the season. Humidity starts off low. Second half of the weekend may start to creep up, though, through the middle and end of next week. Right now, it's 80 degrees in Bristol, 79 in Farmington, and 79 in Hartford. This is meteorologist Matt Benz in the WTIC Weather Center.
You know, every kid deserves to look their best, especially on their first day of school. Bring your new or like new school clothes like sweaters, sweatshirts, and coats to Eddie Jordan's Furniture. And Cradles to Crayons will make sure they help a child in need.
Lose your first 5 pounds for free. Awaken 180 Weight Loss is welcoming new customers to the West Hartford office and offering a no-payment deal for up to 3 weeks until you lose your first 5 pounds. Call Awaken 180 Weight Loss today to start your journey and lose your first 5 pounds on the house. 844-346-1800 or awaken180weightloss.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
When my business was old phone system
Thank
just
you, sir.
wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months.
Here we go.
That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Reese on the Radio is getting ready to drop some knowledge on WTIC News Talk 1080.
What we got? I just saw somebody's comment in the chat room. Michael A. says that Gail King, when she leaves CBS, she's going to go work for NASA. Katy Perry, too. Also, Steve says the best thing about the award shows was Joan Rivers doing a play-by-play for those walking down the red carpet. I think it was, what was it? Watch What? No, not. Goodness gracious. I can't remember what that show was. But, yeah, you're right. Joan Rivers, she's a treasure. I miss that woman. God, one of the funniest comedians around. And I mean comedians, I mean male or female, definitely, without a doubt. Let's go to Fulton real quick before we go into the Avello story. What's going on, Fulton? Fulton? Okay, maybe not. That's all right. May have been on hold too long. So the Avello story. Listen to this. These are the attacks on Avello Airlines. Now, I don't know if you know this, but I looked at some of the numbers on what people spend at Avello in order to fly across the country. Some of these rates are like under $100. This is a really inexpensive airline. And they go to, I guess almost anywhere. But to be an inexpensive airline where everything costs everything, you would think that you wouldn't try to intimidate this business out of business. But listen to some of the criticism. This one from Dick Blumenthal. Blumenthal has been one of the most vocal critics publicly condemning Avello at protests and in statements for prioritizing profits over principles. Profits over principles. They've got flights as low as $125. They're prioritizing profits over principles. At an April 2025 protest in New Haven, he stated to the president of Avello, "You really stepped in it. You made a bad decision," emphasizing the airline's role in what he called inhumane deportations. He joined other lawmakers in demanding transparency from Avello about the ICE contract and spoke at rallies highlighting safety concerns for detainees on such flights, referencing reports of shackled passengers. Okay. This one from Ned Lamont and also Attorney General William Tong. Governor Lamont criticized Avello for the deportation flights. That was in April of 2025, stating it was exploring alternatives to its subsidies for the airline due to local pressure. His office faced calls from activists to end tax exemptions, with one Facebook post urging residents to contact state officials about the Avello aviation fuel tax exemption, which I understand that they're thinking about doing. This, what else was there? William Tong threatened to cut state tax breaks and subsidies if Avello continued the ICE partnership, accusing it of policy disputes that endanger jobs and families. Again, an airline that gives you fares as low as $125. How much did it cost you to fly the last time? My flight to Connecticut is going to cost me a little over $700. Yes, that's both ways. Yes, I will admit that. Alex Padilla, you remember him? Senator Alex Padilla, the guy who nobody knew until he tried to run up on Kristi Noem. He slammed Avello in May for the deportation flights, demanding transparency alongside Blumenthal. He criticized the airlines participating in what he described as illegal and immoral. Nothing they're doing is illegal. Nothing. Not a damn thing. And again, cheap airlines. People who can't afford to fly all across the country go to Avello. And they fly more. I don't hear anybody talking about their safety record. I don't even hear anybody talking about the good they do for people who can not afford to fly on every other commercial airline. Nothing. New York State Senator Pat Fahey. Fahey described Avello's deportation flights as inhumane and contrary to American values. During a July 2025 protest outside Albany International Airport, where Avello operates, she joined critics in calling for an end to the state collaboration with the airline. Why? How does that help people in Albany? And again, no one even bothers to ask them, hello? The service these folks are providing is for low-income folks to fly across the country. Why would you? Really? Other notable contexts, let me see. Broader boycotts, petitions signed by thousands. They were amplified by politicians like those in Maryland. Governor Wes Moore, he wants to end Avello's ties with Baltimore Washington Airport. Josh Harley has criticized the airline in general. Wait a minute. Who? Really? Josh Harley has criticized them? Oh, that's just for their service and fees. Okay, well, that's okay. I'm not going to lie. If they're charging people for fees while, of course, like if they're charging them $125 for the flight and then charging them $100 for bags, yeah, of course, you criticize that. If that's what they're doing. Lord knows that's what they're doing on a lot of other airlines. I don't want to say any names. Don't want to say any names. You know who they are. You know who they are. Just saying. But yeah, but I'm trying to figure out. They're working with the federal government. If I'm the CEO of Avello, I would be saying, hey, President Trump, can I get a hand here? Anything? Somebody make a statement? These folks are trying to put an end to my business. They're telling people not to use my airlines. People are trying to shut me down because I'm working with you. And look, again, you could boycott it all day, but Tesla's feeling it. I don't think that. I think that's going to die down. I think Tesla's going to be back in the running and very soon. But Avelo, for what they provide, look, I will say this until the cows come home. You've got an airline that has affordable flights. You got to protect that. You just do. Even people who don't agree with Donald Trump agree with paying less for airfare. They just do. Sokolowski says jets run on compressed air. They just need fuel to get going. Says I've flown. I'm sorry. My apologies, Doug. I've flown Avelo 4 times. No issues. There was a return flight issue from Orlando to Connecticut, but it is what it is. Yeah, you get what you pay for. Southwest was my go-to before, and now he flies Avelo, Doug says. Business is about money, not feelings. Yeah, but again, my first deal would be contacting the White House and saying, look at what they're doing to me. And if it is affecting my bottom line, I would maybe up the contract with the federal government. I was like, we're going to need a couple of more dollars to make up for this. But instead of doing that, right, providing more flights in order to make up for the losses, they should be coming to their defense. And I really don't believe that Avelo should stay quiet. Somebody said because of the expansion at Tweed that they don't want to ruffle any feathers. Well, what good is it going to do if they run you out of town? That's the part I can't seem to understand. If they run out of town, who cares about the expansion? Now, I'm not going to lie, I would not do business with Connecticut if that were the case. Especially if I've got the Attorney General, I've got senators, state and national senators showing up at protests. I got the governor of the state coming after me. Why would I do business with them? Get the hell out of Dodge. I'm done. Forget you people. Sorry, folks. Can't do business with you. Maybe talk to your governor. Maybe talk to the Attorney General. Tweed has a history of running companies away. Yeah, I heard that too, Doug. I heard that too. They don't seem to care. So what are you going to do? Let's go to Stevie V. What's up, buddy?
Hey, with the Biden administration, the Obama administration, what did they do when they deport illegals? Did they have them walk?
Yeah. Well, it turns out that Avelo worked with the Biden administration just a few years ago. No one had an issue.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, that's the whole part, is that I would be making that clear, but Avelo seems to be incredibly silent about this. It just doesn't make sense.
It certainly doesn't. I mean, they're missing the boat on that one. No pun intended.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they should fight really, really hard and push back. In fact, even release a statement to tell these folks, take a walk, or appeal to the people in Connecticut and say, hey, man, we're trying to do you guys a favor, and these guys want to run us out of town and make you pay higher prices. And I would ask for that pushback. That's what I would do. Thank you, Stevie. I appreciate you, sir.
All right.
You got it. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do. You got to incorporate these folks. Henry says, Avelo is cheap, but too high occurrence of canceled flights at the last minute. Okay, I can understand that. Is it? But I will ask you this, Henry, if you could, maybe, you can tell me this. Are the cancellations due to maintenance or weather? Because if it's weather, I can understand it. If it's maintenance, then that's another issue because they've got to work that out. But, as Doug said, it is what it's kind of, you get what you pay for. In fact, I think this is Doug here. Is this same Doug?
Yes, it is.
Hey, what's going on, sir?
Hey, just want to comment on the topic at hand.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, go ahead. I'm listening.
I mean, the issue is that like the federal government is trying to like manipulate the dollar amounts, and everybody is in a panic about like where the funding is going to come from because everybody is worried about where the funding is going to come from. Like, I work under the federal government, and we're just seeing like a monstrosity of panic.
Right, everybody's worried about whether or not their contracts are going to get pulled.
Yes, and the thing is that like for us, like where I work, our contract is good until June of 2026.
Okay, that's not a long time.
It's really not. So everybody is in a panic.
Yeah.
And it's wild to see because what I find is that people don't like kind of read and like look into the information to see like what's going on. Like I know where I'm at. Like I know I have about a year left, maybe 2 years,
right,
of what I can do in my job capacity. Again, I'm a plumbing contractor. Like I have a lot of options.
Right.
So I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, your job's recession proof.
Yes and no.
Okay.
A lot of companies aren't hiring right now.
Oh, okay.
Because they're worried about the economics behind it. So it's kind of like what I'm dealing with right now. It's like I'm dealing with the problem of trying to place new guys who are trying to get out there and get to work.
Right.
Who want to work.
Well,
And
let me ask you this, Doug.
It's a tough avenue.
Let me ask you this, because you're dealing with, okay, so you have a guideline right now, or at least you have a guardrail. You understand that the contract's over in June of 2026. When do you start weighing your options on where your next gig is, or do you know, like, an extension? Like, when will you know whether or not that 2026 is the deadline or if it's extended to 2027? How much between the end of the contract, before or when the end of the contract happens?
So somebody like me, which I'm very involved in politics, which is why I listen to your show.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, you bring up, like, listen, you know me. I've sent you messages.
Yes, sir.
I am very interested in what goes on publicly for the people, like, in the state of Connecticut. And I work for the state of Connecticut, even if it's on a federal level. And I'm proud of what I can do for my students. That being said, I can't control how other people, like, manipulate the money and, like, I don't know, backhand me.
Yeah.
So it's tough. It's like I'm trying to do the right thing, but at the same time, I'm getting slapped in the face.
Yeah. It really puts you in a
and it's
position where you
tough,
have to protect yourself.
Well, it's tough because the Trump administration, like, as much as I'm a Trump voter, but I will say this, they are not helping us right now.
Okay, you know
Like,
what, Doug? Because
because
I have to go to a break. I want to hear a little bit more about that, because it is a downside. Not everybody is satisfied with the Trump administration because of all the cuts to the federal, as far as federal funds are concerned.
Not everything is rainbows.
Yeah.
Rainbows and sunshine.
Absolutely. Stand by. I'm going to get to you in a second. We're going to put you on a hold, and we'll talk to you a little bit more on the other side. All right? Stand by. We'll be back in a minute. Let's get to some weather and traffic with Matt Benz, who's in for Jason Caterina, and Mark Christopher's at the BPS Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
Reese, thank you very much. Well, if you're on the westbound side of 84, you got delays 46 Sisson Avenue out to 45 Flatbush Avenue from an earlier accident that is long gone. If you're traveling on the eastbound side of 84, just a little slowdown as you move from 46 Sisson Avenue into the tunnel. Southbound 91 delays 33 to 32. Again, slowing approaching exit 27 down to 28 on the Hartford-Wethersfield line. If you are traveling southbound 91 in Meriden, some slow traffic 19 to 17. Northbound 91 moving very well from Cromwell up into Windsor Locks. 291, 384 okay east of the river. Route 3 southbound's heavy from Route 2 in Glastonbury all the way down to the 91 south ramp in Wethersfield. 2 eastbound's heavy coming off of I-84 out to exit 3 in East Hartford. 2 westbound slowing from 1D up to the 84 west merge in East Hartford. 9 northbound Middletown slows Harbor Park to the Aragoni Bridge. Some slow traffic 9 north again, 32 up to 34 in New Britain. If you're heading 84 westbound in Waterbury, some slow traffic, 22 to the Mixmaster. 84 eastbound's a little tight, getting by 26 in Cheshire. Southbound Parkway, look for delays, 62 down to the West Rock Tunnel. Northbound Parkway is slowing now from sluggish and stop and go from exit 57 up to exit 59 in New Haven. And 95 southbound, look for delays from 46 down to 43 in West Haven. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
Through the rest of today, plenty of sunshine, but the sky is still looking hazy due to wildfire smoke lingering overhead. High today up to 84. Then for tonight, clear, comfortable, low 57. Tomorrow, more of the same. Plenty of sunshine, a high of 84. Still not all that humid for the area. Tomorrow night, mainly clear, low 58. This weekend, starting off quiet. Saturday, plenty of sunshine. High again of 84 degrees, but things begin to warm up into Sunday. Temperatures returning to the 90s. This is meteorologist Matt Benz in the WTIC Weather Center.
And now, a WTIC news update.
5:30, 79 degrees in Hartford. I'm John Silva. Search for a missing 6-year-old boy who fell off a dock in Stratford is now a recovery. The child went into the Housatonic River on Wednesday. Local and state police, fire, and the Coast Guard were involved in that search. Governor Lamont has signed legislation that requires gun dealers to enforce a number of controls, including the prevention sale of guns to those who should not have them. Also enables victims to bring civil action to those who do not implement safeguards. 2 people in the hospital following a shooting in Hartford. Man is in critical condition, a woman stable. They were found shot on Park Street around 4 o'clock this morning near the Key Food supermarket. New Haven police investigating after they say a pedestrian was struck and killed on Foxen Boulevard Wednesday night. They say 58-year-old Jamie Melendez Martinez died at Yale, New Haven. The driver of the vehicle left the scene, but later went to police headquarters to report the crash. 6 soldiers at a Georgia Army base being hailed as heroes for tackling a fellow soldier accused of shooting 5. Officers say Sergeant Cornelius Radford used a personal handgun to shoot the 5 soldiers Wednesday at Fort Stewart before being tackled by other troops. Russian President Vladimir Putin says he hopes to meet next week with President Trump, possibly in the United Arab Emirates. Putin making the announcement today, although a White House official cast doubt on the summit occurring unless President Zelensky of Ukraine agrees to a meeting. On Wall Street, it was a kind of a mixed day, actually, today. The Dow lost 224 points, but the NASDAQ picked up 73, and the S&P shed 5 points. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-253-6203. 800-253-6203. 800-253-6203.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer.
One minute.
To serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited
Who's that in the back,
plan,
Janine?
But if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. It can
that's Crystal.
focus on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours.
Janine don't work on Thursday, Fridays.
$50. And you'll get the best customer service.
Well, she works from home, I should say.
Late Freedom. Visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at MyBobs.
Here we go.
Oh, my Bob!
Discount Furniture.
The Odyssey app lets you jump back to the moments you missed from WTIC News Talk 1080. Download the free Odyssey app, search WTIC News Talk 1080, and tap earlier today to get started.
Well, if you didn't know and you didn't hear, tomorrow at 3:30, we are going to be joined by Carl Higbee of Newsmax, so make sure that you check out the show tomorrow. We'll talk to him, of course, about his Newsmax program. We'll talk about his coverage of the DQuad issue. He's the only national host to do so. We'll talk to him about that and, of course, about his roots here in Connecticut. I think he's from Greenwich. He went to Greenwich. Wow, you know what? I forget now. But anyway, he's native. So we'll talk to him about what he's covering and some of the stories that he may not be covering in the state of Connecticut. We'll talk to him about all of that as well tomorrow. Let's get back to Doug real quick. So, Doug, you were saying that, Donald Trump's administration has not always been beneficial to a lot of folks, especially those who work with government contracts. But I was asking you earlier, like, at what point, since you know your contract is ending in June of 26, which is now a little less than a year, when will you know that you've got a contract extension? Will it be up to the last minute? Will you have 6 months prior? What's usually the gauge?
So it's going to be responsive on us. So, I've been following the court cases. Like, Judge Carter is out of the South District of New York, and I've been following that court case as well as the court case out of D.C., where there's 7 students that are suing Job Corps for a civil matter.
Mm-hmm.
So it's about being educated, really.
Right.
Like you and I talked on the sidebar,
sure,
like outside of your show about like what's going on with Job Corps and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like Job Corps is getting like a bad rep,
mm-hmm.
and I don't think it deserves it. I think it's a really good program, and somebody like me who's been teaching plumbing for 25 years, and I have all these students who are doing really well. Like, they're making a great money. They're out there, like, working in the field.
Right.
I really am just upset that Job Corps is just getting a bad rep. Like,
maybe what
supposedly like a bad place that bad kids.
Yeah,
go,
but that's because look, that I know. I will admit that the common theme or refrain about Job Corps is that it caters in a sort of group home, very, very ghetto and urban way, but it does a lot more than that. Which you and I are going to have a discussion about that soon. What I would want to do is
I would love for you to come down and visit.
I am going to. Trust me, without a doubt. I'm going to make sure that I do. One, because, now that, it's official and Reese On The Radio is going to be here, what I will do is I will get the right people paying attention to this that haven't been paying attention to it as of late. And I promise you that. But you and I are going to, we're going to have lunch or dinner.
You and I know the same people, so
okay,
it's not like we can't make it happen.
Like, absolutely.
I'll be very, very upfront that Job Corps is a place for people who need a second chance.
Absolutely.
It's
Don't worry,
about,
Doug, let me get.
It's not about them being a bad person. It's about them not being able to do what high school tried to make them work.
I totally get it. Don't worry, we're gonna have our discussion about it. I promise you, and I will talk privately. Right. Let's get weather and traffic in here. Matt Benz is in for Jason Calorina, and Mark Christopher is in the BPS Traffic Center.
All right, Reese, thank you very much. Well, you're seeing delays westbound 84, 56 Governor Street up to the Bulkley Bridge. Looks like you can't tell if it's an accident or a disabled vehicle in the right lane, westbound 84 in the Bulkley. So that's slowing you down there, and you're tight pretty much right out to exit 45 Flatbush Avenue as you move into West Hartford. If you're on the eastbound side of 84, look for delays about a mile before 46 Sisson Avenue up to into the downtown tunnel. South of 91 delays 33 down to 32 A and B, and again 27 down to 28. More slow traffic as you move by exit 25 S&N and Weathersfield down toward exit 24. North of 91, that looks good. Cromwell through downtown up into Windsor. 291 through 84, that's okay east of the river. 2 eastbound slowing off of I-84 to exit 3 in east East Hartford. If you're traveling 2 westbound, some slow traffic by 4A, and again from 1D up to the 84 West merge in East Hartford. 3 southbound is sluggish from Route 2 in Glastonbury over the Putnam Bridge down to the 91 South ramps. If you are traveling into Middletown, 9 northbound is sluggish. Harbor Park up to the Aragoni Bridge. Again, some slow traffic approaching exit 34 up to 36 in New Britain. Westbound 84 in Waterbury slowing 22 to the Mixmaster. 84 eastbound in Danbury, you've got delays from 8 out to exit 11 in Newtown. If you're heading down in toward New Haven, northbound on the Parkway, you've got delays from 58 all the way up to 59. Southbound Parkway slowing, approaching exit 61 down into the West Rock Tunnel, and 95 South New Haven, tight 46 down to 44 in New Haven. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
And we have plenty of sunshine out there right now from the city on south, but to the north, still some lingering clouds. It looks like everyone just clears out for this evening and tonight. Low of 57 degrees. Tomorrow, plenty of sunshine once again. Low humidity. Should be a comfortable day, high of 84, and staying comfortable into Saturday. Abundant sunshine. Still low humidity with a high of 84 degrees. After that, things begin to heat up. We're into the 90s by Sunday. Still not all that humid. This will kick off a hot stretch of weather into early next week with temperatures in the low to mid 90s through at least the middle of next week, with much more humidity towards the middle of the week. Right now, it's 79 degrees in Bloomfield, 78 in Manchester, and 79 in Hartford. This is meteorologist Matt Benz in the WTIC Weather Center.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
Join us this Sunday for Tumalo Financial, your go-to for retirement planning and taxes. Tune into the father-son duo from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. or catch replay from 5 to 6 p.m. Tumalo Financial, retirement planning with integrity on WTIC News Talk 1080.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Hugs from patients, like Patrick. It's something QC Kinetics medical professionals experience every day.
I hugged them. You should hug somebody who does that for you. They gave me my life back, and I really didn't know where I was going to go because I was definitely afraid of having a knee replacement done.
No surgery, no downtime with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. They give patients relief from joint pain using their own healing properties to repair and restore damaged tissue. And the results? Well, that's why we see a lot of hugs at QC Kinetics.
Everything is back that I thought I was never going to be able to do again. I'm still smiling, and sometimes it gets emotional. I get a tear in my eye because of how I was before I went in there.
Those smiles and hugs never get old at QC Kinetics. It means patients are finally getting relief. And now, it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate for these amazing treatments.
Call QC Kinetics, 860-440-PAIN. That's 860-440-PAIN. 860-440-PAIN.
Wesley Financial Law Firm and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
What's up, everybody? You know who it is. You know who it is. You know who it is. It's Reese on the Radio. Frederick Douglass of the 21st century.
It's WTIC News Talk 1080.
I'm actually in the process of posting the Connecticut Sentinel's article about Reverend Dell and the investigation into his silence equals death tweet and why the police were called in, which, according to the Connecticut Sentinel, came directly from William Tong's office. Can't talk to the guy, can't respond to the letter that went directly to his office, but can definitely call the cops on him. flagging them down. It's despicable. It's exactly where we are in in so many different places. Just people just don't have they don't want to be questioned. They just don't. They want to be able to behave any way they want to, and they've been told that it's okay. And when you confront them, as you saw in the video with Sean Paul Reyes, when he tried to talk to Governor Lamont, had nothing to say, felt like he was annoyed, saying that you're not doing any favors for yourself. Really? Coming from the guy who believes that it's his job to take care of everybody, especially illegals? You're not doing any favors for yourself. Really? That's your job. Your entire party, literally the mission statement of your party is to do everything for everybody else. Got a person who's got a problem. And the weirdest part about it is, think about this on the Lamont front as it pertains to the police department. This is a guy who was gung-ho, so ahead of his skis when it came to that bogus ticketing scandal. Remember that? Whose side was he on when Black Lives Matter was losing their collective minds over this so-called ticket scandal? Who was the guy throwing the police department and the state troopers under the bus? Huh? Anybody? Bueller? That's right. Ned Lamont. Oakley Dokley himself. Who was the guy who was throwing the police department under the bus while 1,500, maybe 1,200 miles away, a young crackhead, well, an older crackhead, died? Who was the guy who was throwing the police department in Connecticut under the bus? Had nothing to do with that crackhead's death. Yeah, that's right, Oakley Dokley. Sure enough. And then here he's got a videotape in his own backyard. And the guy has the nerve to tell the guy, you're not doing yourself any favors. Bozos, all of them, I tell you, bozos. And what are they going to say? They got nothing to say. What are they going to do? Get upset? Cry? Moan that they're being picked on? Get out of office. You can't handle a tough question? You can't handle a little bit of pushback because you've ignored the things that are important to the people here? Get out of the job. Just leave. What are you doing here? Look, nothing against Reverend Dell. I don't know if he can knock a sucker out. But for crying out loud, I would give that guy the benefit of the doubt. He's a man of the cloth. You think that you would look at that guy and his history in the state of Connecticut, you would think to yourself, yeah, that guy looks like an active, violent person. Knock it off. The guy sent you several letters. Several. Don't even address him. But you let everybody know that you clearly got the message. You were clearly paying attention. Think about that, folks. I want you to think about this from this perspective. Reverend Dell sent him a letter to his office. A letter that William Tong did not, has not, and will not respond to. But took it upon himself to be monitoring Reverend Dell's Twitter feed and scoped out what he suggested was, quote, unquote, threatening language and called the cops on him. Which, where I come from, says William Tong was paying attention. William Tong did get the letter. William Tong did read the letter. And because he didn't like what was written in the letter, because in some way his pretty little feelings were hurt, his poor little feelings were affected, he called the cops. At the first sign that he could use, the first notion he could use against Pastor Dell. So he can send a message. Don't you be talking about me. Don't you send me any letters trying to intimidate me into doing my job. Well, I'll call the cops on you. And you wonder why people are calling you a clown? You wonder why you're being criticized? Grow a spine. Lamont, you too. Grow a spine. No one's going to take you serious. It's maddening. It's maddening. And nobody, you should all be ashamed of these public officials. All of you should be. And I know there's a lot of people just going to shrug their shoulders and just go, yeah, Reese, that's just the way that it goes. I refuse. Maybe I'm getting my back up. Maybe I'm annoyed. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I just like trouble. Look at these folks. Look at what they're willing to do. Look at what half of these morons are willing to do for what they believe in. Misguided idiots. Look at what they're willing to do. These folks will glue their hands to a Starbucks counter or to an asphalt road for the ridiculous things that they believe in. No offense, our side just goes, it's just the way it is. I can't do it anymore. I just can't. It frustrates me every day. It's the reason why I have dreams about it. I wake up every morning saying to myself, damn, I can't get there sooner. I can't. It's just like I'm in this position where I'm saying to myself, I can't. And I know, look, the folks at this network, they can't wait for me to get up there because I know that they're, have some bail money ready. I promise I won't do anything crazy. I'm not going to protest. I'm not going to glue myself to anything. But I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to demand answers. Anything. There won't be any of this nonsense about, well, you're creating a problem for yourself. Not going to take that for an answer. The rest of those guys who are not going to do their job and just sit up there being stenographers. What did you say, sir? I think I missed a sentence. Say that again. What is it? Let them do that. Let them do all of that. And with the help of a lot of people, and I know they are, and I know who you are, there are a lot of people in Connecticut who are waiting for the opportunity to get together an army of true journalists that are going to show up at places and answer questions and hold people accountable. We know that, and there's a story that's out now. Go look it up. I think Mark even posted it. There's an article out there that says that, some 75% of journalists have just disappeared. They're just gone. And there aren't any journalists. In one particular town, I think they've got this whole map where it shows every place in the country, telling how many journalists for, I guess, 100,000 people. I think New Haven has 2 journalists for 100,000 per 100,000. And you wonder, why aren't they covering any of your stuff? Because they don't have the manpower. They've ignored all of the stories that matter. No one trusts them. How is it possible that a newspaper, the oldest newspaper, the Hartford Courant, has only 90,000 subscribers? How is that possible in a state that's got 3.6 million? How's that possible? Because they turned into the one thing that they shouldn't have, and that is, I don't know, mind-numb robots? I don't know if it's the newsroom. I don't know if it's the culture. I don't even know what it is. But they're not working for you anymore. And I'm not taking on any extra pay to do it. I just want answers, and I know that we're going to get them. Gosh, I hate to go on a diatribe, but it's near the end of the show, and I got to get out of here. I got to call Donna. Plus, I got some other stuff that I need to do. I'll probably do that first before I call Donna. Don't forget, tomorrow we got Carl Higbee of Newsmax. We'll talk about all of this and much, much more. Project Veritas has still not released this darn thing. I'm still waiting for them to do it. I cannot believe they didn't do it before the show was over. I'm really, really upset with them today. Oh, is it this? Oh, yep, it just, look at that. It just posted, Sons of Brain Surgeons. It just posted 4 minutes ago. Damn you people. I was holding out. I really, really thought they were going to be here. Michael A. says, suing Donald Trump gets more cameras on him than saving children. You're 100% right about that, my friend. 100% right about that. He damn sure ain't interested in getting Elvira any justice. That isn't going to do. By the way, I do understand Elvira does listen to the show. So, by the way, my dear, if you are listening, can't wait to get you on the program. I don't care when you want to do it. I know you're not particularly ready to, but when you want to, please come on the program. You have my number. Please contact me as soon as possible so we can get to the bottom of this. Reverend Aaron Miller, if you're still in hiding, stay there. Stay there. I know you think that you're waiting for the coast to be clear. It will never be. The coast is never going to be clear for you not to have to answer questions for why you're giving 12-year-olds chest binders. Just so you understand, okay? There are no threats. We just want to ask questions, okay? And we need you to answer questions. If you're running and hiding, it's obviously because you don't want to have to answer to those questions, but you should. If anything, just release a statement saying you're not going to do it anymore. That's all. You could do that. We'd appreciate that. But that scrutiny's never going away at all. So you can scrub your telephone number, go into hiding, close down the church, whatever it takes, and you'll wait until everybody's, forgotten about it. I won't. I'm still on Coscob from 2022. Remember the Coscob scandal from Project Veritas? I'm still on that story. I haven't let it go, and I won't until we get answers. That's what we do here. All right, I'm going to go check out this Project Veritas thing. You should, too. I will post a link on my Facebook page so you can watch it if you need to find it, or if you don't know how to find it, on YouTube or on X. So stand by for that. Yeah, that's about it. We'll be back here tomorrow. It's ladies' night, so Roseanne will be here. Oh, yeah, and we have another fight. We had a fight today. When I say that word, I hate using it so loosely. I apologize. We had a disagreement that resulted in some shouting. On my part, but not in a way that, I'm not like a barking dog or anything. I was just upset. So we as a newly married couple, we've got some things to work out. Not that we need therapy in any way. I don't know, maybe. I have this thing about therapy. I'll talk about that another time. I don't want to get into that. I just don't. All right, it's time for us to get up out of here. There's the cue. As I always say, radio is free, so we thank you for paying attention. Remember to keep JC in your hearts and in your mind. Sean Patrick, we love you and we miss you. Remember that panic is not planning, so plan your work and work your plan. I'm Reese on the radio. You have a good night, pleasant tomorrow. Matt Ben, is in for Jason Caterina with weather, and Mark Christopher's getting you home in the BPS Traffic Center. Good night, sir. See you mañana.
Hey, good night, Reese. If you're heading westbound 84 into Hartford, you got delays 56 Governor Street.
All right.
All righty.
All right. I will see you mañana, sir.
All right. Enjoy your night.
I'm trying my best.
On the eastbound,
Enjoy it.
She's going to fight with me.
I demand you to enjoy it.
If you're traveling south on 91, delays 30.
All right, sure.
And B, again, slowing from exits.
All right. Let's, do you guys mind? You want to hang out for a minute? Let's see if I could do this real quick. Hold on. Can I do this here? I think I can. Let's see if I can do this. Is that it right there? Yep. Yeah, that's, hold on. Let me see if I can get this thing popping. What do I need to do? Maybe I need to do this. Hold on. Let me see if this works. There we go. Okay, stand by. Quick second. I'm going to start it from the beginning, and then we'll get to the meat and potatoes of this. I want to set it up. There we go. All right. All right, I'm going to, oh, darn it. Come on. There we go. Darn it. What am I doing? There we go. Okay. Stand by. I'm going to start it from the beginning so we can hear it.
It's very easy. It's very easy to know why I am being prosecuted and no one else it's being charged or prosecuted. It's very easy. I called the FBI to report Bill Barr and Armstrong Williams. I have notes of every single meeting. One meeting can be about visa for someone, or another meeting can be about January 6th or RICO case. I have a quote here that was like, Barr believes the FBI will go to Trump House soon.
Oh, my goodness. Darn it. Sorry. What did I do? How did I do that? Ugh. I'm sorry. Give me a sec.
Armstrong Williams. I have notes of every single meeting. One meeting can be about visa for someone, or another meeting can be about January 6th or RICO case. I have a quote here that was like, Barr believes the FBI will go to Trump House soon. And one thing that I heard a lot is like how they go to prevent America to have Trump again. One thing that I learned very fast and very in the beginning is like, Bill Barr is someone extremely important. And I remember the biggest conversation they had at that point, it is like, what kind of charge that we can bring against Trump? And that's when Bill Barr, and I will never forget that, Bill Barr was like, we should bring RICO because it's a very difficult type of charge to defend. Armstrong has this powerful friends. He is friends with like Bill Barr, he's friends with Ben Carson, he's friend with the mayor of DC, and he has like all this list of powerful people and people like with a lot of money. I know they do some business together. All the time Armstrong needs something, he calls Bill Barr. Like can be, for example, approve a visa for someone, he calls Bill Barr. Or for example, do some kind of lobbying with, for example, Turkish Airlines. He calls Bill Barr. Bill Barr is like the person that we call to resolve any kind of problems or situations. I have notes of every single meeting. One meeting can be about visa for someone, or another meeting can be about January 6th or RICO case. In February 27 of 2023, here's my notes, they launched this meeting about RICO case. I do not know if they have meetings before about that. That was the first time that I heard and I learned about that. So they bring that case against Trump. And I remember the biggest conversation they had at that point, it is like, what kind of charge that we can bring against Trump? And they discussed like few charges under American law. And that's when Bill Barr, and I will never forget that, Bill Barr was like, we should bring RICO because it's a very difficult type of charge to defend. Bill Barr was like very focused and bring the RICO case because he explained to Fannie Willis the RICO charge is one of the most hard to defend in court because under the American law, the RICO charge can be anything. Like it's not very specific. So people who is charged with RICO case, they have a very hard time to defend themselves. We had this meeting with Fannie Willis. At that point, I didn't have idea about her, what she worked with. I just don't know her. And she presented herself as like someone who's close to Armstrong, someone who's attorney. And all the time I was like, okay, it's just like one more meeting that we had. And then in these meetings, that's when I started to take notes and like try to keep everything that to prove that what's going on. One thing that I understood very well is like Bill Barr and Armstrong and all the politicians too, they're very focused like in how they go to stop Trump. And one thing that I heard a lot is like how they go to prevent America to have Trump again. So in my views of politics, what I think it is, they probably realized very soon that if Trump runs again, he probably will win the election, as he did. So in that point, they just want to like prevent that. One of these meetings, for example, was launched in March 15 of 2022. And this meeting was at Sinclair Broadcast. And in this meeting was when I like started to learn more about Fannie Willis and about some guy called Jack Smith and about investigation involving January 6th. I have a quote here that was like, Barr believes the FBI will raise, and I put it in parentheses, go to Trump House soon. That's when was like, I start to learn and to be sure about what they're doing. Was like they're planning and they're create crimes and situations to go after everyone. In that meeting, we also spoke about the meeting that we had with Facebook, and the person in Facebook was helping us. That was like one of the first meetings that I had about this plan they had to go after everyone who works or supports Trump. And that was back in September 13 of 2021. So in this meeting was me, Armstrong, Shermichael, and Bill Barr by phone. And they spoke about January 6th committee.
Shermichael is on CNN.
Authorized the committee to investigate the events about January 6th. We started like with some names. They also gave a lot of names here. We have like Michael Flynn, Steve Bannon, Rudy Giuliani, Jeffrey Clark, Oath Keepers, Proud Boy People, Proud Boy Group, Scott Perry's, Jim Jordan, a group called Stop They Steal, Brad, again, Hafesbergi, Shamos, Ruby Freeman, Patrice Cipollone, Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, and we have some target people, which is like the people they want to target more. And that was like Stuart Rhodes and Enrique Tarrio and Roger Stone. And here I have a quote. It was like Barr and Cheney once focused at Roger Stone, Rhodes, and Tarrio, and Bannon. And also in Kimberly Guilford, who is close to Trump. Armstrong goes on TV, or he goes on social media, or he goes over his Twitter account or X account. And he claims he's Republican. He's this person who is like extremely patriotic. He loves his country and everything. But at the same time, he was lunch meetings with Bill Barr to plan against Trump and against people involved in January 6th. Armstrong never got caught for things that he does. He was inside of the Capitol Hill in January 6th. And then I started to understand he's never caught for that because he's friend with the mayor of DC. He was friend with the chief of police of DC. I'm talking about people who went to jail. And these people, they have families, they have lives. Some people with cancer, I know a case like with cancer, the person got arrested and went to jail because of January 6th. But at the same time, those people are there because people like Armstrong was telling them to be there, was telling them like, no, it's completely fine if we be here. And when the things start to happen over there, Armstrong is like, no, we can go inside and let's you do this. So what kind of person does that with people?
Okay. Thanks for hanging out. I'll dissect most of this and
It's
see if
very
you
easy
play it
to
on the air.
know
Whoops,
why
sorry.
I
All
am.
right. We'll see if we can play it tomorrow. All right, you guys be good to each other. Holler.